that are dealt with at that level. And then on page 16, okay, what I'm just interested to know, and I'm hoping my pages go along because there's the electronic version and what the team may be sitting with in terms of the physical document. That panel, there is a panel that the department is put together. What I'm interested in also is the composition. I think it's on page 16, the composition of the panel and the TORs. And this is the panel that could not, I think some of the municipal and municipal issues that could not, I think it's part of the things that were not achieved, if I'm not mistaken, whether one they can just share, if they do also have that information to just share with us. And what are these research projects that could not also be fulfilled as part, I think they are under program 2, if I'm not mistaken, Chairperson. And then my last 2 questions, Chair, is that on the triple Ps, can maybe the HOD indicate what are these additional concessionaries in the DWOP triple P, and whether in both of those triple Ps that are reported there, whether the partners that are there are these previous partners that have been a part of the triple P, partners to the department, or are new partners? Because I understand that the department had to go out, and look for or sort of put up a bid on those 2 projects, if I'm not mistaken. So just want to understand that. And the last one, Chair, okay, what I want to check is that I see in the integrated provincial governance, one reads in line with program 2 in particular, wherein there is an indication of reforms to better coordinate, I think, as the last phase of reforms that the department has put in place. I just want to understand at this point whether those reforms that are indicated to coordinate better the work with municipalities. I'm just checking whether at this point where we are, in that particular project, what are some of the benefits of those reforms that the department have seen? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see another hand. Ms. Adams, if you can just help me very quickly. Member van der Westhuizen, you may go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, my questions are mostly on Part B of the annual report, but perhaps while we're with the definitions, etc., I can move some of my questions that I could have asked later on as well to this section. The first one is in terms of the Central Procurement Advisory Committee. So my question is, to what extent was it compulsory for departments to follow the advice of this advisory committee? And to what extent did you find that departments cooperated and adhere to the advice of this committee? Then the second one is regarding the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank, which I think is an excellent initiative, but are there ways and means in which a supplier would be able to appeal against the summary of that supplier in terms of this database? Say, for example, that a supplier, and I presume that suppliers also have access, that is, this is an open database. Say, for example, that there have been other external factors that prevented the supplier from rendering the quality of service that that particular department might have required, and that, you know, and that factors outside of that supplier's control may have influenced that. Would a supplier then be able to appeal and say, please, don't rank me there as somebody that is not a good supplier, or what can one do in from a supplier's point of view? And secondly, who provides the information? Who provides that evidence, or in what form must that evidence be? Can it just be that if I'm unhappy with a supplier, that I can submit that supplier's name to that evidence bank? I really believe that this is a potentially fantastic tool, but that we need to be able to ensure that all suppliers are treated fairly, etc. And then in terms of the procurement disclosure report, which I think the department in the past quite proudly and justifiably so indicated that the Western Cape was a forerunner in this. What has been the developments since this initiative was launched by the Western Cape? Have we seen changes in the format of the report? Has the report now been adopted by national, and were other provinces required to follow suit? If we could get a little bit more information on that, and as well as the effect that report may have had on, for example, pricing of products procured from suppliers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other hands online. Is there a message in the chat box? I just see a little orange button there. Oh no, sorry, that's just the translation links. Member Maseko, I see your hand. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, from me, I just want to find out, I think the members have covered me, but one of the messages from the HOD, he indicated that there was a collaborated from the department in their municipalities to ascertain the impact of the pandemic in our province for their livelihoods and for the province's residents. Now, what I want to find out is this: the municipalities, as they receive the reports outlining that impact of COVID-19, was it aligned to their LED, or for them to receive that key sectors of the specific local economics report, was it to highlight it to the municipalities of what is happening in the economic sectors within the municipalities, and what support was attached to that reports in the municipalities for them to understand or to react to the needs that were there to sort of uplift the communities within their municipalities, more specifically in the economic development or the local economic development within their municipalities. And I'm asking this because we have been having a conversation, I think, on the site about how municipalities, they shortchange the LED, or how they are not empowered enough to know what is it that they can do in that LED as they do their IDP plans. So if they did receive the reports outlining the impact of the COVID-19 on those specific local economies, what is it that was there to support those municipalities to have an understanding of how can they react to that for their local economic development for the sake of their communities? Thank you, Chair. Just the one thing that I wanted to find out.
Thank you so much. And I'm so excited that at 20 minutes past 8 o'clock, we are so lively this morning. I'm going to keep my questions for the second round because I feel there was a lot to digest in the first round for the Minister and the department. Minister, you are welcome to, between you and the HOD, indicate which will be answering what. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to ask the HOD and team to respond, and then I will supplement any of the responses if I care to.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members, for some excellent questions. On the question of the Condonation Working Committee, this was those powers were delegated to the Provincial Treasury. They were previously with National Treasury, and there'd been a lack of processing of condonation. So prior irregular expenditures had just accumulated over time. The empowerment of the Treasury meant that we did in fact have to put in a framework as well as governance structures around that, so that we've got both a very clear set of guidance as to what would constitute minimum requirements for condonation, and there are checks and balances in the governance system so that it is not subjectively executed. I will ask Ms. Gantana and Mr. Hadin to speak to that in detail, because that has been developed. On the Central Procurement Advisory Committee, the CPAC, just to note that it is advisory only. It does not have decision-making powers, but what it does do is draw on the depth of skills and experience amongst our most senior procurement officials across the province to deal specifically with complex problems, complex challenges that are associated with procurement in the COVID-19 environment, so that there was a peer group to which accounting officers, CFOs, procurement staff could seek advice from in navigating that. Again, I think Ms. Gantana and Mr. Smith would be able to speak to some of the results of that process and the composition of the committee, as well as to the question from Honourable van der Westhuizen on the supply evidence bank. In relation to the question from Member Nkondlo on the municipal panel and some of the challenges experienced there, I think that's an integrated issue across the department, but the panel, I think Ms. Gantana and Mr. Hadin would be able to speak to. Dr. Haverman can update on the research issues that are underway, as well as the PPPs in the department. With respect to the reforms to the system of coordination with local government, let me say that that our strategy as the department is to differentiate between the different needs and contexts of different municipalities. So we have vulnerable municipalities that struggle with governance, that may be struggling with financial management and financial outcomes. And then we have some extremely well-governed and relatively financially robust municipalities. So our framework aims to differentiate between the two relative to the needs of individual municipalities, but in a streamlined way through the JDMA, the Joint District and Metropolitan Approach of the province. And we do that through a range of instruments that are part of that JDMA cycle, including our technical and strategic municipal engagements that happen at district and local level, and through how that is then used to support municipal budgeting and to integrate, or should I say, increasingly integrate the support response of the province in an individual municipal environment, so that the various departments of the province are all pulling in the same direction on critical priorities that are support priorities that are agreed with municipalities. But I think Mr. Kenyon can perhaps speak in a little bit more detail to that. Honourable van der Westhuizen mentioned the procurement disclosure report. This is a very dynamic space for us. Of course, we launched that report at the outset of the pandemic, and we were innovating in the framework and the sort of information that would be useful for public oversight of procurement. And what we did subsequently with that is I took it to my colleagues, heads of other provincial treasuries, and to the National Treasury, and suggested that as National Team Finance, this is something that we may want to pursue. They welcomed that with open arms at the time, certainly. And a national framework was developed, largely based on the Western Cape framework, and we supported them with that. And there's now a national dashboard on the National Treasury website, which occasionally gives us heart attacks when it doesn't work quite the way we think it should. But it allows a national disclosure on COVID-19 related reporting. What we have subsequently done is to expand that into a more integrated and extensive quarterly and annual report that provides more outcome-related information in the procurement space. And this is really only possible due to two critical factors. The first is the historical investment that we've made in data systems and technology, and secondly, our team. And so if I may just put in a little brag here, is that one of the key drivers of our procurement disclosure report, who really one of the officials critical to putting it together, Ms. Janine Mostert, was recognized in the Civil Service Awards in the Western Cape as a gold or the leading support employee in the province due to her incredible efforts with the procurement disclosure report. It is an ongoing set of changes that we're making as we try and expand the disclosure environment around reporting. We're learning a lot as we go along. We're reforming the underlying data systems, but I won't steal the minister's thunder, because we do have plans going forward that we are very excited about. And he'd probably like to wait for the budget in March to talk to that. The Honourable Maseko's question on municipal support around economic developments associated with the pandemic and the national state of disaster. I think she would recall that we did work with municipalities to do bespoke and with the Department of Economic Tourism to do bespoke economic modelling of some of the likely impacts in their jurisdictions. We, of course, followed that up in two ways. The first is that it was very useful in terms of shifts that we made in the MERO for the latest MERO. But we, of course, also took that up in our discussions with municipalities through the strategic integrated municipal engagements, part of the JDMA process. That is a key input into municipal budget processes, the strategic decisions municipalities make. But of course, that information was also very useful to the province in terms of fiscal choices that were made in the various adjustments budgets that had to be passed in the course of this year as well. And I think Mr. Boyson may want to talk to some of those issues. So, Chair, with your permission, if I may go to Ms. Gantana and her team, Mr. Hadeen and Mr. Smith, to talk to the condonation and CPAC and SEB issues, as well as the municipal panel, and then to Dr. Haverman and his team to talk to the remaining issues on research, the PPPs, and local government. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Gantana.
Thank you, HOD. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Morning, Minister. In fact, the HOD did a pretty good job in responding to the questions, but we will just elaborate a little bit more around the detail. So maybe just to indicate to Member Nkondlo, there is a framework that the National Treasury, it's a National Treasury framework. So in May 2019, the National Treasury issued Instruction Note 2, and it's based on that instruction note that the Provincial Committee was established to assist because it was delegated, to assist the head of Provincial Treasury to discharge his responsibilities in terms of that. And the I think Aziz will deal with the actual workings of the committee, the number of applications that we've received, or the backlog that existed, and where we are now. But also just to say we do have a terms of reference for that committee, and the members of that committee has got specific timeframes in terms of its the time that they serve on that committee. But really, it is the powers lies with the head of the Treasury in terms of the appointment of the members and how long that members would serve, so to speak. So I'm going to hand over to Aziz to deal with the workings of the CWC. He will also deal, because I think the question on the municipal panel is divided across the two programs. So we will deal with the part that specifically we are charged with as governance and asset management. Aziz will deal with that, and then Isaac and Nadia will be able to deal with the questions around the CPAC, the supplier evidence bank, as well as the PDR. Aziz, over to you.
Thank you, Jelinda, and good morning, members. Regarding the framework for irregular expenditure, correctly said that there is a framework that has been issued by National Treasury. Most of the work starts within a department where during the year there has to be, when there's a discovery of irregular expenditure or alleged irregular expenditure, an accounting officer has to ensure that there's an investigation done internally by that accounting officer's department. Once that investigation has been completed and it's been confirmed that there's actual irregular expenditure, there's a application that needs to be completed where there are certain confirmations given by the accounting officer. And certainly, some of the confirmations that must come through from the accounting officer is that there must be a confirmation that there's been no losses incurred by the department, that value for money for the expenditure that has been incurred has been achieved, and that the disciplinary process is holding people accountable who was responsible for the irregular expenditure has or is in the process of being taken. So the framework, we follow the framework that was issued by National Treasury, and in most cases for the irregular expenditure that as a committee we've seen in the Western Cape, in almost every case, disciplinary action has been taken. In almost every case, value for money has been attained. And in almost all cases, no losses has been incurred. So within the irregular expenditure framework guideline, there are two types of irregular expenditure, that which causes loss and that which is of an administrative nature. And most of the applications that we've seen coming through has been of an administrative nature. Now, correctly said that irregular expenditure was previously covered through a National Treasury Committee, which was then delegated to the province in May 2019. That committee was then established through a proper terms of reference with various experts within Provincial Treasury sitting on that committee. And it's incumbent on every department who applies to have the irregular expenditure condoned that they follow the process and that they supply the committee with all of the evidence required to assess the irregular expenditure. So Member Nkontlo, in terms of the process and the governance around irregular expenditure, we at most or as far as possible, we ensure that apart from the investigation that is done by the department, that we, whether it is supply chain, whether it is HR, whether it is accounting, we assess it independently from the department. And at the end of every application, there would be a letter that goes back to the accounting officer, whether or not the committee has recommended that the irregular expenditure be condoned, and what are any further remedial steps that needs to happen. In most cases, the letters that we send back to the department, there are further actions or further commitments made by the accounting officer to ensure that the irregular expenditure does not reoccur. And in most cases, the referral requires the department to reassess the processes and the controls that they've implemented to ensure that irregular expenditure is contained. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that all the answers?
I think Mr. Smith and Ms. Abraham.
Okay, thank you, HOT. Good morning to Chair and members. On the CPAC,
Hello, how
as
are
the
you
HOT.
doing? I'm okay, thank you. Just having a little bit of a tough week. A tough week.
Okay,
Colleagues,
let me start.
colleagues, I'm just going
Let
to
me start
remind
again.
everyone just to please keep their mics off if they're not on the floor. But we share our colleagues' sentiments that it has indeed been a tough week so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As the HOT have indicated, the CPAC is only in advisory capacity, and it's actually just addition to the supply chain management system that we've established over years within the province. And a key aspect of that system is that procurement lies with the relevant accounting officers, and particularly within the provincial treasury, we've got a system of internal control and monitoring. And from that particular perspective, the CPAC was established. As you're well aware, that as far as the pandemic is concerned, there were various circulars from the national, and although we had a clear-cut emergency procurement policies in place for departments, it was also identified that there needs to be a higher level body that can assist the accounting officers, because quite a number of these situations have not been experienced previously. And also the CPAC has been put together of those departments who were more involved in terms of the pandemic, health, social services, local government, taking into account that they're responsible for disaster, and then particular, quite important is internal control to ensure that the risks are being managed. As far as the impact is concerned, maybe just to indicate to members that most of the cases were health related. When we had the SIU investigation, the deliberations of the CPAC was taken into account. And as you've seen in the general consolidated report, there have been no issues as far as the Western Cape is concerned with regard to the health department as such. What it also happened over this particular period of time is that within the peer group, information was shared. So also outside of the CPAC, we've also seen that the departments basically liaise with one another. And there were collaborative efforts between supply chain units of departments as well. But certainly, I think the most important lesson that we've learned over this particular period, that within the Western Cape we've got the sound system, but also that within supply chain management there's always risk, and the CPAC have helped quite a lot as far as assisting AOs in managing those risks. So as far as our performance thus far is concerned in terms of COVID-19 procurement, the CPAC have played a major role from a risk perspective as far as complex procurement is concerned. On the evidence bank, and maybe just to indicate that there's two questions to the question from Mr. van der Westhuizen in terms of putting companies on the supply evidence bank, and there's also performance related. As far as registering companies on the supply evidence bank, there are certain compulsory requirements from national which we enforce. If those companies do not adhere to those particular requirements, they will not be placed on the evidence bank or the supply evidence bank. What we do, and we'll see also in the report, we've got the procurement client center that actually assists suppliers. So if there's a lack of information, we do follow up with suppliers, and that evidence bank is open to all suppliers. There's no exclusions as far as suppliers are concerned. That's the one issue. The second issue is on performance. Now, departments will then use companies from the evidence bank to deliver products in accordance with their specifications. Of course, if they're not happy with the quality of the products, they will inform those companies. If there's consistent non-performance or ill performance from companies on the supply evidence bank, it's then open to departments to request that those companies be restricted, and we do not use those companies anymore. There's a process as far as that is concerned with National, but of course we need to have all the evidence to our disposal, because it does have an impact on companies dealing with government in future. So from a performance perspective, there is a process where we need to analyze the information, submit it to National, and then ask for companies to be restricted. Over the last, I think, couple of years, there was really few companies that we've approached National to be restricted from our database. But at the end of the day, from a performance perspective, that lies with the accounting officers to ensure that these companies deliver on the contracts or on the quality of products that we purchase from them. Chair, thank you. That is on the CPAC and then the Supplier Evidence Bank.
Thank you. And then, Chair, with your permission, Dr. Haverman on and his team on the issues related to the research, PPPs, and the two local government issues.
Thank you very much, HOD, and good morning to the members. Yes, in relation to the underspending on the research projects, one of them was the Fiscal Futures project, which we elected to do internally, which would achieve cost savings. The results of that were the first phase of that was published in the MTPS in a special chapter on fiscal risks, because one of the key components of what we're trying to do there is understand the long-run fiscal future for the province. Understanding how the macroeconomic conditions feed through into allocations from National Treasury to the province, and how that may develop over time, because there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of the allocations to the province from National Treasury, and so we're trying to understand that process a little bit better. We will then be, now that we've completed the first part of that work, and we've also added another layer to it, which is to do a series of expenditure reviews and forward projections on key spending areas, particularly health and education. So, for example, we're now trying to forecast 10 years forward our spending on education by using projections that come in from the PERO on the number of students that we expect in the system, so the number of learners that we expect in the system, and then also making sure that we overlay all the data that we get from both the PERO and the MERO into understanding where we should be delivering schools over the next 10 years. So we will be appointing a service provider to do the second part of the project, but as indicated, we've done as much of it as possible internally for cost-saving measures. There have also been additional savings on the PERO and the MERO, and I'll ask my colleague Malcolm Boyson to give more details around that, and also to give details on the Programme 2 components of the Municipal Experts Panel. Just on the PPPs, we are in discussions with the World Bank to see what technical support they can provide to us on delivering public-private partnerships in the province. The national government is in the process of reviewing and reforming the PPP framework, and so what we're hoping to do is to align our processes with their processes, so that when they bring out their new PPP regulations, we will be in a position to take that work forward. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague Malcolm Boyson, who's in the chamber, to just talk briefly around the Municipal Experts Panel, and perhaps also touch on the costs of the MERO and the PERO and how we've tried to reduce costs in that regard.
Thank you, Roy. And just with regards to the panel of experts, we do currently have as Treasury an existing panel The idea was to expand that panel as we realized that there are some gaps in terms of the resources that we require. And under that existing contract, we did issue a few briefs, of which was then issued and delivered on. But there were also one or two that we had to, which we issued, but had to be cancelled as it was not responsive. So the idea then going forward is to work closely with the Department of Local Government, and then also then to see to what extent we can pool our resources to get a joint pool of experts between the two departments. And there is currently a committee amongst the three departments, Department of Local Government and Treasury and .P, that look at issues pertaining to municipal interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly supplement the reply on the PDR. I mean, certainly, the PDR is obviously a product that we are very proud of, and as the HOD has explained, it has certainly expanded during the year under review. I mean, it's obviously expanded from a monthly to a quarterly and then an annual report, but also it began by disclosing information about transactions. But of course, in the quarterly and annual report, there's now a substantial effort to analyze the information that has been disclosed, and we're very proud of the work. And I think that it's incredibly hard to pull these reports together, and I think the effort in producing these reports is often underestimated, and that's why we were delighted, of course, that Janine Mostert was recognized for her hard work. I think one of the big challenges, of course, remains the national database, where we have had some challenges with slow uploads and also a system which is not as user-friendly as it should be. So the question then is, going forward, I do intend to make some further announcements about this in the main budget, but in the broadest terms, I mean, Provincial Treasury are in a discussion about expanding the scope, possibly expanding the product to other spheres of government, and then also looking at systems upgrades broadly. And of course, we also are considering the implications of Recommendation 6, which makes certain recommendations in relation to transparency, which are contained in the Zondo Commission report. So I hope to, but I will make a statement about this in my main budget speech. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm now opening up for round 2, if there are any, for part A. If none, then I'll ask my questions. I don't see. Okay, there's a hand that popped up now. Member van der Westhuizen, you may go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, I would like to say thank you very much for the responses. It's really been excellent, and I also want to thank my colleague, Honourable Nkondlo, for raising the issue of the condemnations, because the word condemnation, I think, normally, light up red lights and so on, and I was particularly grateful to hear that some disciplinary action did flow from this. Perhaps if we could just get a little bit of detail about the backlog, because it seems to me what happened in lay terms is that National Treasury just saw that they've got this ballooning problem and then decided to rather devolve this down to provincial level. And what we've heard is that at province or at provincial level, particularly in the Western Cape, we've been able to decrease this backlog in terms of cases that needed attention. And perhaps if we could just get a little bit more detail as to how big was the problem, and I see in the report you say you're actually down to almost, can I call it, current cases that the backlog has been eliminated. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Nkondlo.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the responses. I think I'm also covered. I think on the condonation framework, because it does mention. I think colleagues did mention that it does exist, because I think one was more interested on understanding what is entailed to determine what must be condoned, the levels of such condonation in terms of the quantum of some of those, let's say, irregular expenditure and others. So one was just wanting to understand that, and I'm hoping the department can share that condonation framework so that we are able to understand its contents. And then, Chair, the one part the colleagues didn't answer me was that in the Triple P, and actually I've been asking this question about this Triple P framework by National Treasury, because I'm not sure what is the time frame of concluding this Triple P framework, because I still hear that that process is still awaited for conclusion. But I think the part the colleagues didn't answer is that the two private partners that are part of these two projects, considering or noting that they are not with the Treasury, but they are with, I think, Transport and Environmental Affairs. But I wanted to know what is the meaning of the additional concessionaries in the DHOPE 1 first. 2, if the current partners, are existing, I mean, in the sense that, their contracts have been renewed, or these are new partners that were put in the recent advert for those kind of triple Ps. So I'm interested to know that. And thank you for the information about the research project, because actually I was wondering where does one see the role of Provincial Treasury in the fiscal futures work? And I'm happy that there is a mention, and hopefully also that work could be shared with us at a certain point to just understand the type of fiscal trajectories that the Provincial Treasury is actually looking at. I think, just thank you for that. I think for me, Chair, one issue, perhaps this one goes more to the minister, and maybe the HOD can venture into that, is that when we in particular talk about the fiscal futures, one of the things that we are starting to experience, particularly from the COVID right to where we are, especially the year we are debating, is that it was once again a year for local government elections, which brings its own dynamics. And one of those dynamics that we've actually started seeing, is the political instability in municipalities. And Western Cape have actually also not been immune in such, and that in the implication thereof, to the fiscal stability of those municipalities. And my interest is just on the financial side of things, is what exactly is what the department is picking up, because one is always not seeing, I'm not sure whether the department tries to shy away from this because it has got political connotations, but in my view, I mean, the political instability does affect, in particular, the municipalities, which is what we have started seeing, where sometimes there would be calls of putting these municipalities under administration, or because now, especially with the increase of the smaller parties, that actually put municipalities at a hung level, and thus, the financial side, and I'm raising it specifically here, to say, I'm wondering, and I'm hoping in the fiscal risks that the department is starting to look at that particular aspect going forward, is something that is looked at, because it does have a serious implication on how finances of municipalities, but also investment into the municipalities, because as we would know, no private investment will go into potentially politically unstable sort of municipalities. So I just wanted to get the view of the minister in that regard, Chairperson. And I think one last one, because I'm assuming you give us a chance on the HR issues, because I've got some issues to raise there. But I wanted to check, because when I was reading in the Gambling and Racing Board, that there is an issue about the gambling policy that is still not concluded. I'm not sure whether such is with a provincial treasury or is with the Premier's office. If I can just be alerted or just informed of where is that particular process, because I think it is mentioned in the Gambling Board annual report that that policy is still not concluded, and actually brings some bit of uncertainty in as far as their self-sufficiency is concerned, including, I think, the report and findings from a treasury, which are supposed to have been made public. I think there's a study that a provincial treasury was doing for the Gambling and Racing Board, but their findings and the recommendation are yet to be made public. I just want to understand where are those processes which are supposed to enable, I think, further support for the Gambling Board self-sufficiency. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. In terms of the gambling questions, I'm just going to ask that those are kept for when we deal with the entity specifically. HOD Minister, I know some questions that were asked now have been answered, but if they can just be succinctly also dealt with quickly. I'm also going to ask that all members, the longer you phrase your question, the less time you're going to have later to ask questions on other parts. And we are still on part A. We still need to deal with part B and part D. I am cognizant that members do want to ask questions. We try our best to allow for as much time for asking questions and getting answers, but please also do be cognizant of the amount of time for asking of those questions, just so that we can get through everything within the allocated amount of time. Thanks. Minister?
Just want to start with a premise to a reply on the question put by the Honourable Nomine Kondlo. I do agree with her. Political instability does pose a risk. It's a risk that we anticipated, and rather than shying away, we, in fact, as a department, have leaned in and put in additional measures. And I think it would be a good opportunity for the department in the response just to set out what some of those additional measures have been, which have been put in place to deal with the potential risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me address that question around local government instability first, and then I'll ask my colleagues to fill in some of the other questions on condemnations and PPPs. The Provincial Treasury acts strictly in accordance with the law when it picks up instability that is threatening the financial sustainability of a municipality or leading it towards conditions of distress. We are able to pick that up because we've developed our monitoring systems so that we have an internal dashboard of vulnerable municipalities in the province, and we make sure that we both are understanding the underlying dynamics and drivers at a financial as well as a governance level of that of the situations that they find themselves in, and we monitor them regularly on a monthly basis. We do publish a lot of that information in terms of our standardized Section 71 reports in terms of the MFMA, which gives the broader trends and pressures that municipalities in the province are facing financially. But when we do pick up a problem. As the Minister said, I think we act strictly in accordance with the law, absolutely without fear or favour. Two recent incidents, I think, are evidence of that. The first is in Central Karoo District was unable to pass a budget in time the very next day. We exercised our responsibilities in terms of Section 139(4) of the Constitution, failure to pass a budget, and assumed quite tight control of financial management and cash in that municipality until such time as a budget was in fact passed. Secondly, in the case of Beaufort West municipality, which is ongoing, after discussions with the municipality, it was agreed they were facing serious fiscal distress, and a Section 139(5) intervention in terms of the Constitution and Chapter 13 of the MFMA was triggered as a mandatory intervention, where we collaborated with the National Treasury, obviously, and the Municipal Financial Recovery Service was requested to prepare a financial recovery plan. That has now been done. I understand it is on the desk of the National Minister of Finance. And will shortly be submitted to Minister Mania for final approval. We also have introduced systems of coordination, and that's twofold. The first is within the province, across departments. So we work with legal services and the Department of the Premier, as well as with our colleagues in the Department of Local Government, and making sure we are on top of all developments and are aligned in an approach to supporting our vulnerable municipalities in the province, so that we're able to act with as much information as possible, as quickly and as appropriately as possible in responding to developments in municipalities. But I should just end by saying that I think that there's one other very important point here, is that a lot of the lessons of municipalities that have worked themselves out of either governance or financial challenges, which I think members will know is often tightly interrelated, is around collaboration. And so, first and foremost, we do not and never do see more intrusive measures in municipalities that are taken in terms of the law as a solution in themselves. We also do not see them as punitive. They are supportive to assist municipalities to make difficult choices that they're going to need to make in order to turn around the situation and address the challenges that they face. So in all cases, we try and work as closely as possible with the municipalities, both executive and administrative level, to make sure that we are all aligned on a successful and rapid turnarounds in those municipalities. So just wanted to emphasize that in no case do we think about even these measures in case of fragility as punitive expeditions. That's just, we think, would be inappropriate to the task that is given to us by the Constitution and the law. Let me ask Ms. Gantana and Mr. Hadeen to just expand on the scale of the condemnation issues that that had accumulated in the province, and then Dr. Haberman and his team on the timelines for the national PPP reform and the additional concessionaires question. And I assume, Chair, we'll pick up the gambling policy matter in a later round.
Thank you, HOD. It's important to place into context, as at the end of 2019, when the AG did the general report, for provinces, the total irregular expenditure peaked at 63 billion rand. In the Western Cape, that irregular expenditure, the quantum of the irregular expenditure for the Western Cape was below 70 million rand. That 70 million rand was made up of about 600 cases, ranging from as little as 100 rand in one case up to a couple of £1,000 in another case. So the department that had the most backlog was the Department of Health. And it was understandable because we are dealing with medicines, we are dealing with specialized equipment that isn't necessarily where they could follow 100% of all the laws and regulations in the procurement space. As reported, we've worked through most of the cases for each and every of our department, and we had a strategy to deal first with the highest the departments that had the highest amount of irregular expenditure, and then working through our way from the highest amount to the lowest amount. So currently, and to be able to do that, the Condemnation Working Committee had to meet on a weekly basis in the last year to ensure that we work through that backlog. Currently, we are only sitting with, if we go through the financial statements of all of the departments, we are only sitting with existing new cases which still needs to come through to the Condemnation Working Committee. So that was the effort that we had put in to make sure that from a governance procedure, which is also subject to audit, that we had of the backlog as it related to all cases before May 2019. Again, the current CWC will convene to clear all of the regular expenditure in relation to the 2021 and the 2022 financial year, so that when the annual reports are finalized in the next round, most of the irregular expenditure would have come across the Condemnation Working Committee's desk. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. Dr. Haberman, I think you might not be able to answer these questions. I fully understand that, but I'm just checking in case you do have information on the timelines. I think the question of the additional concessionaires is perhaps best placed to the Department of Environmental Affairs. As I understand it, the plan for the De Hoop Reserve enables more than one concessionaire. I'm not sure, and I can't confirm whether there are actually additional concessionaires that are being considered at this point. Dr. Haberman?
Thank you very much, HOD. Yes, no, I mean, to the member's question about us presenting on the fiscal futures work, we're very excited to do so. We are, it's a big area of work for us. And we will certainly also be presenting our updated thoughts on it as part of the budget process. But as the year unfolds and as we prepare for the medium-term budget policy statement later in the year, we would certainly be open to presenting on that work. I'm going to ask perhaps Mr. Langenhoven has some updates on the De Hoop matters. And just to say, I agree with the HOD, we're not yet sure when the National Treasury will release the updated PPP regulations. We have seen sort of a framework of what they may entail. So we do have a sense of what they're thinking about, but we haven't seen much in the way of the text yet. But perhaps Mr. Langenhoven has an update on that and can also provide details on the other two questions.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Yeah, from the triple P questions, there were no additional concession awarded during the review period. The last one at the WIP was in 2019 for the Lekkerwater, the old President or State President house that has been part of a triple P set up in the WIP. That was the last concession awarded to, let me just get the name again. That was Natural Selections. Yeah, but that was the last one. Then in terms of the other adverts that you're talking about, Honourable Member, that was for more short-term kind of concessions partners that will assist with some revenue generations in the adventure tourism field. But it's not regarded as P's. And the feedback is that even during our last engagements with Cape Nature, that the quality was not that great. So it doesn't look as they necessarily can award, but I wouldn't like to pronounce on that. So yeah, so they went out on for these adventure kind of activities to assist with revenue generation and so forth. But yeah, it wasn't the quality of the bids they received was not that great. Yeah, on the Triple P framework, the latest that we got was in the National Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement, was from National Treasury, was still indicated that it will be implemented in the new IMTEF period, which is starting on the 1st of April. Not exact date is yet, but yeah, so that's the intent. We haven't had an update since then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think then the question that we may not have been adequately be able to answer, of course, is the detailed question in relation to Triple Ps, the concessionaires. I mean, if we have not been able to answer that question adequately, the member will obviously, take a view. But we could try to perhaps facilitate an answer in writing, or the member might want to put a detailed written question. But we certainly will be happy to help ensure that the member gets a comprehensive reply.
Thank you so much. I am going to ask that we put any of those follow-ups in writing then, as I would like us to move on to Part B. Colleagues, Part B deals with pages 31 until 118. And luckily for me, some of my Part A questions relates to Part B as well. So colleagues, I'm going to take hands now on Part B. Please do remember to indicate your page number. And if we can try and keep our questions a little bit more succinct, just so that we are able to get through all the different parts and everyone is able to ask their respective questions. Member van der Westhuizen, I see your hand. Okay, I don't see any other hands, so you may go ahead. Thank you.
I'm jumping between screens here in front of me because my notes are also on the very same screen. Chair, thank you very much. On page 43, you refer to a WhatsApp group with supply chain management heads in the province. Perhaps you can just allude on that and tell us, to what extent is this initiative able to really assist with giving guidance, etc. Is it a forum for sharing back best practices, for raising problematic cases? Perhaps if you could just tell us a little bit more. I presume that this is only provincial department heads, and that it excludes municipal SCM heads because they might have different needs. But perhaps if you could just tell us and whether such an initiative at local government level would also be of value. The second one is, Chair, on page 47 and 48, there is talk about training in Nelsport. Now, I first interrupt myself by saying the word training has appeared so often in this report, and as a former educator, this is absolutely fantastic to see, and I think that this training is adding a lot of value to a lot of people's careers as well, not only to the entities. And in a sense, I would like to hear also to what extent do we now have a high turnover of people who may have been trained in the Western Cape and that are now in huge demand in other spheres and in other provinces. But the one thing that I'm really always careful for as a politician is to create false hope with people. Now, there you speak of training in Nelsport for the Black Business Forum. Perhaps if you could just tell us what opportunities do you believe may be open or available to people from Nelsport for public procurement of services and or goods. Is this not creating false hope to entrepreneurs in an area where for them to come and render services at many of our bigger locations and where the bigger utilization of services are, that it might be a bit difficult for them. Then also, if you could expand a little bit on the customer relationship management that you refer to. And then, Chair, and then I'll stop and leave a few other questions for later if possible. One of the public procurement ideals or goals is to try and support small and medium enterprises. Now, how do you go about to try and balance between the need to develop smaller enterprises and the need for people that manage contracts to rather manage a few large contracts than to deal with hundreds or even thousands of small enterprises with lots of small invoices and labor intensive suppliers when big invoices are often so much easier to finalize and to process, etc. And also big contracts are easier to manage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Nkondlo.
Chair, two questions. One on page 115. I just want to understand why the Cape Winelands municipality would have declined the grant, the 300,000 grant. Secondly, from page 116 to 118, on the financial management capacity building grant, if Treasury can just indicate in as far as the monitoring of the deliverables of these particular grants, which unit and how are those deliverables sort of assessed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I am going to take then the opportunity to jump in here with my questions. So I'll make a few comments on things that were in part A, but my question relates to part B, and I'll mention those page numbers as well. So in part A, it relates to pages 12 and 18. And it's particularly on page 18, it speaks to the introduction of artificial intelligence tools to integrate information across systems and provide real-time intelligence across departments to promote effectiveness and efficiency. And then when you get to part B, under page 33, it obviously speaks to the e-procurement system that was utilized for suppliers tendering for contracts below 500,000 Rand and provision for formal bids. And then when you get to page 34, it speaks to Provincial Treasury leading from the front in terms of the strategic SCM, improving its e-procurement and integrating it and bringing it in-house with the CSD and Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank. And then further on that same page, it speaks about Provincial Treasury being in the process of creating an electronic database for municipal in-year monitoring information. And still in part B, on page 60, it spoke to the introduction of a smart procurement sustainable program. Page 82, in part B, it spoke regarding the legacy financial systems, which are central and single source for data collection on expenditure trends and general asset management of movable assets within the respective departments. And then it went on speaking about machine learning and artificial intelligence. And then just a note, page 101. I'm not sure if this is an update on a previous program, but to my knowledge, this is a program from 2 financial years ago, the e-payslip initiative. Because I remember HOD Savage sitting here and I said, e-payslips is not innovative. So I'm not sure if this is an update on the e-payslips or if it's a new matter relating to e-payslips. So if I can just get information there. But yeah, so the previous page numbers, I just want to find out. Last year, Provincial Treasury said they're introducing artificial intelligence and machine-based learning into its programs in order to pick up things like corruption, efficacy, efficiency in transactions, stuff like that. and in order to also streamline and also bring systems online. Now we know not only Provincial Treasury, but majority of government departments have quite old legacy systems. How is that pilot in artificial intelligence and machine-based learning going? Because I think it's now approximately a year. What are the things that you've learned? What were the assumptions that you had to put into that pilot? Have you had to change any of the assumptions based on the things that you've learned? And then I also just wanted to find out, how do you procure, how do you draft the specs for artificial intelligence, machine-based learning, things like coding, drones, robotics, blockchain, stuff like that? Because when you take all of these respective systems online, when you start moving away from your legacy systems, and quite frankly, maybe we should start thinking about just doing it from scratch compared to just tinkering there and tinkering here. How do you draft those specs to make sure that when you do the procurement in order to move away from older systems, that you actually get what you're looking for and that you get the outcome that you need? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With respect to Honourable van der Westhuizen's questions on the WhatsApp groups play just a particular role in a broader communication strategy. You know, government in the past used to, and we still do, issue circulars, instructions. These take time to get through to people. So the WhatsApp groups play much more of a real-time role in making sure everyone is updated on developments as they happen. I think we can ask, I'll ask Ms. Gantana to speak a little bit further to that, or Mr. Smith in the supply chain management environment and how those have been used. On the question of training, you know, we have said in the past, the committee, that we are progressively moving to a much more integrated talent management strategy that looks both at young people and support training them in public financial management disciplines, but also our own staff, and looking at how training to staff of other departments, other public servants elsewhere in the province is all integrated in a chain, because we're a public finance community. Someone might leave the provincial treasury and go on to play a very strong, important role in public finance in a municipality, or in a department. And in fact, during this year, one of our very, very talented provincial treasury staff who had been promoted to director in the provincial treasury left to become the CFO of Chris Hani District Municipality in the Eastern Cape. And I think a young, very, very promising individual. So we do see it as a broader community of practice that we're supporting, and I think we see ourselves as a pivot for that broader strategy, that broader community. And our work is not to just hang on to people regardless, but to understand that we're serving an ecosystem. And helping to develop that ecosystem. So we do impact on other provinces in various ways through our training. What's very interesting is that in the COVID environment, a lot of our training has had to obviously shift online, which is opening new frontiers for innovation. And it's going to be very interesting to see in the next couple of years as to what sort of collaborations we can get with other provinces, with national government in that online training environment, both in terms of the pedagogy, how we go about structuring the courses to really make sure that there's learning that take place, but also some of the opportunities to traverse new content and so forth. So already the online environment makes it really easy for us to invite, say, a senior official from National Treasury to join a training event that CFO from a smaller municipality might never have had an opportunity to engage. And so there's a lot of opportunity in the environment. I think probably all of my colleagues would like to make comments on what impacts we get from our training programs. As I said, unfortunately, some of our real training activists, if I can call it that, are currently out in the field. And so, but we'd happily talk further about that. Honourable van der Vesthuizen asked what opportunities for people from Nelspruit, and are we not giving them false hope? Not at all. Every citizen of the Western Cape, every business in the Western Cape, we want to participate in our supply chains in the ways that they can. We do have facilities in and around the Nelspruit area as a province, a clinic, a school, a library. There are many facilities. There are also municipal facilities. One of the challenges that small businesses face, SME faces, is that it is comparatively more complicated to supply to government because it is a regulated environment. And so what we try and do is explain how to do that simply and effectively, and to alert them increasingly to opportunities that exist to participate, to compete for work from us. I think I'll ask Mr. Smith to talk a little bit further to that question, because we do think about small and medium enterprises a lot in terms of how we think about supply chain management and supply chain management reform. And it does relate to questions on our SMME goals. We don't necessarily always find that a single large contract is the most efficient and effective way to proceed. The competition is something we think is very good in our supply chains, but one does have to understand the dynamics of the particular product markets and the commodities that you're dealing with and what is possible there. Our security services transversal contract is a good example of that, but I'll leave it to Mr. Smith to talk a little bit more about that and our CRM system. I'll ask then Mr. Kenyon, I think, to talk to the municipal grant issues from Memo and Kondlo on Cape Winelands and the capacity building grant. And with respect to your tools on your questions, Chair, on artificial intelligence and the progress there, we do have a data nerve center that I think we've talked about before, and that is something that is that integrates across the Treasury that Mr. Smith plays a key coordinating role in as well. So I'll let him speak to that. But we also, as we indicated, have introduced the artificial intelligence through the Zoho platform. And Mr. Hadin can talk to some of the lessons of that. Unsurprisingly, the lessons are that people are critical. But he'll reflect on that and how you get specifications right, Mr. Smith, and maybe Mr. Mzomba can reflect on as well. I did want to talk just to the e-payslip system. It may seem very simple and very Web 1.0, if I may put it that way. What we did in prior years was pilot e-payslip rollout in the context of the provincial treasury successfully. What we've subsequently been doing is rolling that out right across the whole province. So that's to teachers, that's to nurses, and so forth. Now, one has to catch up before you get ahead of the race. And so what we've been doing with e-payslips is really catching up. But I think, it is one of those things that makes life a lot easier for our staff. The cost savings may not be huge, but when you think about it, it's one of those things where our staff now have a much more efficient and effective delivery of payslips. There are other innovations that are being planned in that space, but I wouldn't claim that this is, the cutting edge of the fourth industrial revolution. This is us catching up and doing it as quickly as we can, and that opens the door to a lot of other things. But the broader approach to digital transformation, I think Mr. Smith and the others will want to come in on it. It is something we spend quite a lot of time doing, and I think you raise important debates on where do you start? Do you start just tabula rasa, sweeping the legacy systems aside? Is that even possible? Or do you tinker at the margins? Where do you find the right balance of effort? So I think over to Mr. Smith on the supply chain and some of the data issues, and then to Mr. Kenyon on on the grant matters.
Thank you, HOT. Maybe just a few. There was also the question on in terms of the grant. So I'm also going to just ask Melissa to come in and deal with that. And then Apiwe for the artificial intelligence. And then we'll go to Nadia to deal with everything as it relates to the SEM in terms of the detail. Melissa and Aziz, over to you. I think that one is fairly straightforward.
Thank you, Jalinda. Melissa, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Aziz, and good morning, Chairperson and members. So with regards to the financial management capacity building grant, as indicated, Cape Winelands District is not currently participating in the grant. They basically indicated that it has been a council decision that they will not continue with their external bursary program, and therefore, they will not be participating in the financial management capacity building grant initiative. So that is the reason that was provided. Then with regards to the question in terms of the monitoring, where it comes to the implementation of the financial management capacity building grant, the reporting is required as per the grant conditions and the MOA that is signed between the municipality and provincial treasury on a biannual basis. And when we do the monitoring, we look at it from a financial and non-financial performance perspective. So the focus currently when looking at non-financial performance is the allocation of bursaries to learners within municipal areas, and then also looking at the fields of study, which is also specified in terms of the grant framework. Just to mention to the member, we are planning a more detailed, assessment with regards to the financial management capacity building grant, also just reviewing the impact it has on our integrated talent management strategy. Thank you, Jalinda.
Thank you, Melissa. Through you, Chair. Apiwe will deal with the artificial intelligence, but there is a leg that, as the HOT has indicated, that is on the accounting side and that we have implemented. So I'm first going to Apiwe to come in, and then Aziz, if there's anything that you want to add, then please do so. Apiwe, over to you. There were quite a number of issues around the legacy system as well.
Thanks very much, DDG, and good morning to the chairperson and the members. So I will then deal with two matters. I think the one relating to machine learning and artificial intelligence. I think we are now entering, and in fact have entered, the space of fourth industrial revolution. And we're using machine learning and artificial intelligence within provincial treasury to essentially introduce aspects around computer algorithms that can improve automatically through experience and, of course, the data that we use. So the HOD touched on the fact that we've now introduced this PT data center. And really what the PT data center is the discussion as well as also introduction of tools that can assist the treasury in terms of decision making. In particular, we've collaborated with our colleagues from the Department of the Premier, as well as the data office within that Department of the Premier as well. And key to that is to get to a space where we have a Western Cape data portal where all the data can actually be housed. So far, just in terms of what we've been able to put together, we've now completed dashboards such as the Municipal Vulnerability Dashboard, which Minister spoke about earlier on, which really keeps track of ailing municipalities. And those dashboards are quite critical for us in terms of our oversight mandate within the Provincial Treasury. We've also introduced a dashboard such as the conflict of interest, which now automatically we are able to pick up employees who are doing business with government We are also utilizing the asset management tools really just to keep track of the movable assets, and that's quite a big expenditure that goes into specifically that space. So we're using artificial intelligence and machine learning to automate those particular dashboards so far. Just in terms of then the e-payslip, I think the HOD has covered it. We've got about 88,000 employees within government, Western Cape government, and generally the e-payslip was an initiative for Provincial Treasury, which we've now expanded, and I think it opened up an opportunity for teachers, as a typical example, who had to wait 3-4 months before receiving payslips, to now be able to receive the payslips electronically. And I think that is such though small innovation, but quite an impactful innovation that's in that space. The legacy systems, I think what we are now doing is, because of the fact that they are ancient systems, we're looking at what data sits in them. And key to it is to ensure that we utilize the data, and part of the data that actually comes from the PDR is data that comes from these legacy systems. So we're using then the artificial intelligence and machine learning, and we'll be using that more robustly to expand further in terms of the PDR, which we're now publishing on a quarterly basis and annual basis as well. So, Chair, I think that's where we are in terms of those aspects around financial systems, as well as the aspect around machine learning and artificial intelligence. Thanks.
Thanks, Apiwe. Through you, Chair. Aziz, would you like to come in on the Zoho?
Thank you, Jalinda. As it relates to some of the challenges that we've implemented, so Zoho is a platform where we've acquired a software as a service, and some of the challenges that we had picked up was change management is a significant matter that must be dealt with. The buy-in is absolutely critical from both the PT and from the municipalities. And then what we've also discovered is that once you have 1 or 2 or 3 municipalities that really sees the benefit of this, it catches on fire, especially when we go to our forums and the municipalities themselves demonstrates the advantages of utilizing the system. To give you an idea, in any year during an audit, we deal anything between 600 to 1,200 COMAPs that ultimately results in management reports, that ultimately results in audit reports. And for every audit that is completed, a municipality is supposed to draw up an audit action plan. Now, with the utilization of Zoho, where the municipality has used the platform, that audit action plan, which traditionally would take anything between 2 and 3 months, is now happening by the press of a button. So, and also what it does is it helps with Provincial Treasury on a weekly basis to keep track of 30 municipalities and where they are in the stage of audit, in the stage of transversal findings. And I think the absolute beauty of the system was where audit findings was raised in one municipality in the Western Cape, it could be scanned throughout the entire province to see where else is this happening, so that we could find transversal. Where there's transversal findings, we look at transversal solutions. And what we find by utilizing the system more and more, the responsiveness allows us to deal quicker and to support the municipalities quicker. And ultimately, that would ensure that we have better audit outcomes and we can assist the municipalities more responsively. So red tape has obviously been a big factor in terms of coming in with new ideas and new systems, but it is something that we are working with internally as well as with the municipalities. Not to mention the other, when it comes to ICT, the other issues that we are dealing with is POPIA, access to systems, compatibility of systems, but this doesn't stop us for continually pushing forward to bring in the innovative ideas to make life easier for the municipalities and for the analysts that sits in Provincial Treasury to provide us with better information, so that where we need to intervene in municipalities, we can escalate at the appropriate time so that things doesn't go too much out of control. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then we'll deal with all the SEM related issues. Nadia?
Thank you, Jalinda, and good morning to the chairperson and members and my fellow colleagues. Just in context, I think maybe the point of departure to start that frames, I think, all of the questions that are asked is how do we look at strategic SEM at the provincial level? So if you look at the PFMA, it basically divides what the role of the Treasury is in two paradigms. One is the enforcer and the other is the enabler. So like with other functions in the Treasury, the SEMs or strategic SEM kind of articulates its deliverables and the way it does work and lands that in the space for our clients and those that we oversee in terms of building a resilient governance platform, and that is about our enforcement role more specifically. And you see a number of aspects that sit in that space. So we issue instructions, the HOD spoke to that, circulars, provincial treasury instructions. We have standardized uniform ways of doing work in the procurement space, and we issue a blueprint accounting officer system. We enable that through our systems, like our support systems. In the supply chain space would be your e-procurement system. For quotations, it would be the support that we provide for the national central supplier database, as well as the supplier evidence bank at the Western Cape level, but also in terms of issuing and putting together tools, templates, checklists, and governance requirements that creates an enabling environment for our departments to move within this very regulated, difficult space within procurement. Then under the enabling role, and I think a lot of the questions that are emanating come from the service delivery improvement plan that has been articulated from page 36 onwards. When you look at the deliverables that are focused there, it emanates from three things in our APPs. That is the three programs of support, one for departments, one for municipalities, and one for suppliers. But the range of things that you see being articulated as achievements are the various aspects of how do we position placing supply chain and having continuous enablement within both the provincial and local sphere of government. So it includes both provincial government and local government supply chain that are managed by the two sub-elements within the Treasury. When we look at the range of things that we're talking about, so firstly, we would look at training, and the training may not be formalized training, because when we do have formal training, we either go to what National Treasury would have sanctioned as accredited training, as well as service providers, or as well as looking at the universities for that space. But that's also part of that, because when our gap analysis do involve pulling through formalized training, we do that. But there's also what we call integrated and bespoke, less formalized training, which where people would want hands-on enablement, which we do ourselves within the unit, as well as customize some of that to more bespoke requirements where a department or municipality would request that. And that is carried out by our officials in different and various formats. Also, what we do is on request, so within the supplier community as well, because when you look at the programs of support, it begins to pull through from a number of sources of information, part of which is the governance elements, the AG platforms, the AG findings, the queries that we have. We have a help desk on the provincial side and the municipal side. So just to give you an example, on the provincial side, we deal with anything but 15,000 queries on an average in a financial year. So it's a lot of information coming through from a range of clients, both internally and externally, and the public as well. So when we go back and evaluate, there's a range of questions or queries that come through. We begin to look at gaps, and we begin to see what are the mechanisms that we deploy to actually create maybe a knowledge management environment, institutional memory that can be, replicated, best practices, and have hands-on kind of feedback or access or redress, that we create. So the client center is one of the things that we've established that started merely as registration of suppliers on our various systems. But over the years, it has expanded to the kind of support that we give our clients, and whether we do the more automated e-training kind of initiatives that we're doing through Teams or videos and that we put online training that we do through our web. So we kind of building that capacity to be able to deal with a range of things. And there's a suite of things that our clients can access for their own development, but to, at the end of the day, to improve financial capability maturity within the procurement space. But that doesn't go with just focus on both our internal clients, which is departments and municipalities and entities, but also to the supplier base. So when we work with the supplier base, the information sets that we use would be consumed from the e-procurement system, the reporting that we receive from departments, the information that we pull through in the PDR, and various, SIU reports, the things that National Treasury addresses with us, the 2015 SEM review, for example, which we also did our own analytics in the province, where we got a blueprint for the province in terms of when Premier Zille was here in 2009, where we did a full investigation of supply chain. So a number of that pulls through and begins to inform the program of support that we go through. SMME focus and SMME development is done collectively. So we would look at, I think as a treasury, it's the finance element and how we deal with procurement, but we partner strongly with our sister department, economic development, that deals with the broader public. So for example, I mean, the HOD mentioned the security tender. When we had roadshows, we would do information sessions on how the procurement would actually land, what are we looking for, our strategy. But DDAT will focus on building the capacity of suppliers to respond. There were training sessions and awareness campaigns that were coupled to that. So we have this strong partnership with our client departments as well when we look at commodity-specific initiatives that will enable the supplier community. More specifically to the Nelspruit one, in the SDIP feedback that you see there, that was not a formal training, but an intervention, and it emanated from a complaint that had arisen within the Nelspruit Business Forum, and particularly it was by the chairperson, who coincidentally was the lead director in 3 companies, and he lodged the complaint that these 4 companies were not getting work across the Nelspruit, Beaufort West area from both departments and municipalities. So we were hearing the issues, but we couldn't fathom why they were not getting work in terms of the various transactions that they brought to our attention. So what we did was we said, let's meet with them. So we sat down and basically we realized that a lot of it was around how they did the registration on the national CSD, how they accessed opportunities, how they accessed the SEB or the e-procurement system, and also about what they do service and what were the needs of our hospitals or municipalities as it relates to the work that were put out there and whether or not they could fulfill some of those purchasing requests. So the Nelspruit, I wouldn't think, and I agree with the HOD, nothing's in vain or setting up false hope. It is about always having open communication with the suppliers and giving them a context of what they could do and what is possible. And when there are things that each departments are working on, so if there's particular procurement initiatives that may be relevant for a district, we do bring in our departments and municipalities to partner with us. And examples of that is the SEM Ndaba that we have on the local government space. Obviously, COVID-19 limited a lot of the supply development initiatives that we normally do via road shows, where we go into the districts to kind of engage with suppliers and have a face-to-face engagement, so we can actually assist them with things that they're troubled with or challenged with in the supply chain space. So some of it has been done online, and we do partner with Proudly South African and some of our national counterparts as well. But I think in the COVID-19 space it was quite limited, but I think as we get back to more normal everyday operations, we're going to start refocusing some of that, but we're using some of the automated platforms that are working quite successfully, I might add. Then I think to end, I think some of the questions speaks about how do we use BI tools and BI capability in the space. On the one hand, we have this range of things that we're doing on the support side, but there's also the governance side that looks at financial information, financial data, that we addressing. So there's a number of possibilities that avail themselves to us on the tech side, and using BI capability is one of that. So very early in the game, we started using a self-service BI tool to kind of number crunch and find some of the bugbears within the various systems, because there's not one single procurement system that all your procurement information can be found in. The information is sitting in various financial systems. So your budget on the in one system, with the accounting for that budget on that system, your provisioning aspects when you pay against invoicing in another, and then obviously the e-procurement system and the governance aspects in your database, or even the reporting that goes to National Treasury. So that's just to name but a few. Both in the departments of health, transport and public works, and education, there are a number of other data sets that we need to pull procurement information from. So it became critical for us to almost create a data mart and using BI capability to bring information together so that we could do comparative analysis. And examples of that is the PDR that we publish, as well as if you look at our APPs, it's on the provincial side, it's the SEM Insight Report. So we do 53 of them collectively on Insight Reports in the financial year that we make available to our departments on a quarterly basis that is bespoke to each department. And then we do an annual one to our HOD for him to have the helicopter view of what's happening in procurement in the province. So BI is instrumental in the SEM space because you cannot be totally dependent on the legacy system. That up here can talk volumes on some of the credibility issues that are sitting there, but we have to have a mechanism in the absence of anything else to be able to elevate supply chain where we want to go. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of labor intensive manual interfaces and interventions that gets to the point. Then to talk about the CRM system. So because we're in this space where we're using different initiatives, we have pulled together knowledge and information overload from different spaces, and particularly on the client support space, where we're doing gap analysis, we're doing bulk email communication, we're wanting to create FAQs and give support to our clients, do online training, doing videos and those kind of things. The only mechanism that could sustain the level at which we engaging would be a customer relationship management tool. And it is part of the Treasury ICT plan and strategic plan for the department as a whole. However, that is taking some time given budget and all of the things that need to happen. In the meantime, for supply chain, it is a critical need at this stage. And so we are getting assistance from .P in terms of the provincial CRM that has been used for their own client support requirements to share in that. So to make our lives easier, because what we are sitting with in terms of these programs of support and the information that we have is something that brings everything together that makes our work and analytics much more meaningful. And the CRM system, I think within the Treasury, given that we are within the supply chain side on the provincial side, also having a whole range of external clients outside of government officials, i.e. municipalities and departments, you're sitting with that public interface, which creates a lot of volume. So yeah, that in a nutshell for me is where we're looking at, just on the, I think I covered the leading from the front aspect. So in my feedback, because the strategy that we've deployed in the province has been working from 2009 till now. We do have our challenges, but every year we try to up the game and push the margin further in terms of what we would evolve strategic supply chain into. Then on the aspects of the in-house in-house development of the EPS. We have gotten the authority to go our own way in terms of developing in-house. We've at this point landed the, as of December, all our departments are on the new system. We've moved away from where we outsourced that system previously. We are in the testing and bug testing phase. With full implementation already on the way and data corrections happening at this point in time, for full schedule till the end of March. However, in the new financial year, there are further enhancements that we're wanting to build. And so we're quite proud of this e-procurement system, but that would interface with other things. For example, we have built in a procurement planning toolkit that is transversal across the province, and some of the integration into planning and delivery and actually expenditure is some of the thinking that we're wanting to pull through in the current financial year to elevate what we've done thus far. So thank you, Chair. That's it from me.
Thank you. I love how Ms. Ms. Ibrahim says in a nutshell, but she's taken us through the whole provincial treasury procurement system. And I think it's no secret, I think that Ms. Ibrahim is my favorite procurement specialist in government, and she's closely followed by the CFO in agriculture, where apparently when they wanted to buy a drone, they just said essentially in the procurement, how do we explain this to the older people in the department? We want to buy a big computer that flies. I'm not sure if there's any other answers that's going to be answered online from officials. Thank you so much. Before we go on to Part D, I think for me personally, if the only thing in the term provincial treasury is able to achieve is helping us move forward as the Western Cape government towards an online automated systems, having the ability to use reliable data to make future predictions about possible future scenarios. They, if you are able to essentially, my new constituency is Beaufort West for my previous sins. And for me, I'm the type of person is if I go to my constituency as a constituency, I'm the type of person who wants to go online. I want to be able to pull up what are the different government programs currently in Beaufort West from a provincial government perspective. What is the funding that's currently being put into that area previously? What has been concluded? What is ongoing? What is current? What is coming up in the MTF process? Because one of the budgeting problems we have is no one cares about the full budget. But when you have, for example, specific legislation coming in front of committees, then all of a sudden people's interest is sparked. But if me as a constituency, it can pull up just my constituency's information, and if I can go with people from an official with provincial treasury to say, we're going now to this constituency, we're going to explain to this community what specifically is affecting them, like the Nelspruit Black Business Forum people who are getting assistance with supply chain management. I think it would make an immense difference to them. If I can see in the funding, we can break it down to how many SMEs in this area is being supported. What are the demographics that are being supported? What is the breakdown of sectors that are being supported? Do we see trends in new sectors that are developing that we need to support in the future? And I think I joked once with the Minister of Finance previously that, you know what, if we do our jobs properly as politicians, and if we do our jobs properly as government officials, then eventually we will become irrelevant. And it's a bit of a catch-22 and a backwards thinking of it. But actually what you want to do is put systems and processes in place so that people don't need to contact you, so that people don't need your help. And if we're doing our job right, then one day our current job descriptions will become irrelevant, but that will also likely create new job descriptions in order to make sure that those systems and processes continue to advance. But enough for my mini speech. I see there's a hand from member van der Westhuizen. Is that a follow-up for Part B?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, let's take then that follow-up. I'm just going to ask that we keep the follow-ups then for Part B quite succinct, because we do only have about a half an hour left to deal with Part D. Thank you so much.
Good, thank you, Chair. Chair, can I just ask on page 107, this annual report speaks of 12 out of 14 departments with clean audits. Now, we've seen earlier in this week that the Auditor General has changed their position on the Department of Agriculture. And would that reclassification be influencing this number, 12 out of 14 departments? And then, Chair, I think it would be amiss of us to step off B if we don't just get some response from the department on the recent SIU investigation as to the PPE procurement. The official cleverly referred to the Department of Health, which made a lot of use of the this department's procurement advisory committee, and that we can see the results of that in terms of the AG's report, and also it seems to me in the SIU's report. But have you been able to study the SIU report? Has it been made public? And what would be your response to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other burning follow-up questions on Part B? Going once, going twice. Sold. Mr. HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that there's definitely a much longer conversation that can be had on digital transformation and the programs and intentions of the department in this regard. Just to take one step back on that question and on that set of issues is obviously one doesn't know what one doesn't know. So one must learn and remain open-minded to finding out. And so I think that the kind of two underlying pillars that define how we approach this in the provincial treasury is to expose ourselves to new information, new approaches, make sure our staff are learning from people who are at the cutting edge and seeking to evaluate the extent to which we can apply certain innovations that emerge in the broader market and so forth, but also that we're not solving for a problem we don't have. We're solving for a problem that's right in front of us. And you can see that very much in how the department is proceeding. And I think Mr. Ibrahim talked to it, but I'd also point you to the Pero and Mero, where we started to introduce ways in which we're integrating data for citizens, the little QR codes and so forth. So it may seem baby steps, but I'm a firm believer is that every journey starts with the first step, and then you put another step in front of that, and so forth, particularly in such a rapidly changing environment like that. I could be accused, I guess, of being an incrementalist. But I think in this environment, we do need to just make sure we make progress so we don't have to play catch up like we've had to do with e-pay slips, that we actually sitting at the frontier. On the SIU investigations, we of course are very well aware of these. The latest SIU report I think was something that obviously we offered whatever assistance was required from the SIU, from the Provincial Treasury. We offered that immediately and to the fullest extent of our capabilities. We are digesting the report. It deals with one matter related to one of our departments, and we're making sure we're in contact with the department to make sure that they are following up rigorously on the findings of that, and we are satisfied at this point that is exactly what's happening. And then also in the municipal environment, where there were I think findings related to municipalities. And we are following up to make sure that there is follow up by those municipalities, appropriate follow up by those municipalities. Obviously one needs, and actually as recently as yesterday, we had a meeting in the department which was to reflect on, so what are we learning from the in terms of where we need to strengthen governance systems in the province, from the SIU report, and even from what we're learning of from the Zondo Commission on a real-time basis. Now, I haven't got to reading the full volume 2 yet, but I certainly spent some time over the December-January period immersing myself in volume 1. And there are a lot of lessons there around governance, where governance can stumble and fall, as well as, of course, the recommendations in Chapter 4 of the report on public procurement. So we are digesting those, and we're having an open discussion around what the frontiers for strengthening governance and supply chain systems are for the Western Cape. And those two reports are thus being read together. As it were, and we are looking at not only just the follow-ups, but the lesson learning in that respect. I don't have the immediate answer in terms of Member van der Westhuizen's point on the 2 of 14 departments, but I know that Mr. Hadeen will have exactly that answer at his fingertips. Aziz, could you just clarify on page 107 on the 12 and 14 departments, does that include agriculture?
Thanks, HOD. Member van der Westhuizen. Our PT annual report was obviously delayed, so it does take into account the clean audit that the Department of Agriculture has received, both for the current year and all years dating back for when they had received a qualified audit. So currently, out of the 14 departments, it's only 2 departments that have received an unqualified with other matters. So it does take into account the outcome of the agriculture court case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, Minister, I saw you wanted to go to the mic. Do you want to say something?
I also want to, on the question of the SIU report, for members to note that 2 of the complaints laid with the SIU emanated from the PDR, which means that it's working. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are now going to go over into part D, Human Resource Management, pages 143 to page 176. I'm going to take hands now. Going once, going twice. I don't see any hands online, and I don't have any specific questions regarding part D. So with that, I'm just going to ask now if there's any public.
Apologies, Chair. I think it's technology just dealing with me.
No, go ahead, Member Nkondlo.
No, thank you, Chair. I do have questions for part D, and I would just like to raise them as quickly as I can. The first one, Chair, is that if one considers, I'm looking at section 3.5.5 on the terminations. I see there, my question actually, I think there are about 37, if I'm not mistaken. And out of that 37, how many were in transfer, that is transferred to other departments versus those that exited the department that exited the department. And also, I'm interested to know that with those that have exited the system, and considering, I think, the age profile table, what kind of continuity and succession planning is implemented by the department? Because one sees that primarily, I think the age group in the 30s is the one in terms of numbers, according to what is in the report, that is sort of that cohort is the one that is more mobile. So I'm interested to understand that. And I think also when one actually looks at the employment equity, once again, if you can give an indication, because I think the employment equity currently doesn't look good if one looks at the table, especially between your higher or senior management levels in as far as providing the equitable distribution in terms of the diverse groupings, and what plans in as far as your EE is the department putting in place, notwithstanding, the always response that says it depends on the market, what we get from there and all of that. We know that response. I think one is always preempting that response. One is interested in understanding what innovation is the department putting in place in trying to ensure that outside of that structural deficiency and challenge, the department is actually in a way looking at how to respond to this particular employment profile that is skewed in the different occupational levels. And then, Chair, also concerning is in table 3.1.4, when one looks at, once again, that table, that if you look both in as far as housing and medical assistance, that in the main, one would actually consider this sort of the variance between your lower level, which is level 1 up to 5, including, I think, level 13 to 16, that where you see that housing allowance and medical aid provision as a percentage is more provided in level 6 to 8 and level 9 to 12. And I think in terms of, I think the bigger questions on inequality, I'm not sure what is, and I understand that this is a national determination, and I would be interested just to find out at what platform are these sort of negotiated, especially the percentages that at least can assist in bringing some kind of equity across the levels. So, and another one, Chair, is that also, if you look at page 171, in as far as skills development is concerned, one sees that the requested versus what has been provided, actually in terms of those what is in the report, you have almost half, if I'm not mistaken, from what I'm reading, and I can be corrected if I'm misreading the table. But one when looks at it using the quantitative sort of representation thereof, that there were almost about 694 versus the 338 requested. Can you just provide some clarity in as far as that is concerned? And then if you look at the one director post in which has got is occupied by someone who is a foreign national, I'm interested to know what is the scarce or critical skill in my assumption or in my understanding, and if I'm incorrect, that could be explained, of what this directorate would have done, or is its sort of a responsibility or function that would have required such an appointment. Thank you, Chair. So those are my questions.
Thank you, Member Corn. I just want to check which table are you referring to, the employment equity, because the one I'm looking at on pages 153 to pages 154, if I do a quick calculation, 57% of the department is female. Of the females, 86% are colored in black, and of the males, 83% are colored in black. So I'm not sure if I'm looking at the same table now. So I just want to check just to make sure that we have the correct.
Give me the pages. Let's give me the pages again so that I see, because I'm looking at the electronic.
153
yes.
and 154. So there's a table that goes over the 2 pages, 3.5.1. Is that the one you're referring to?
Okay, let me quickly check my one that I'm referring to.
Okay, on the digital document.
It's on page. On the digital, it's page 154. That is that table starts from 3.5.1, And all I'm requesting, if you look at it, Chair, I'm not arguing those percentages. I'm talking about equitable distribution. If you look at that, if you look at top management and senior management columns, and if you look at your unskilled also a column, and the distribution thereof, including the semi-skilled. I think this is the question that I'm raising, is that yes, in the aggregate terms, in terms of totals, I think that is not an issue, but I'm just saying, how do you ensure such is spread evenly across the races? And for me, it's not about, the blacks versus this one. I'm just saying across races, when you look at, for example, a situation of the Indian females in the skilled, technical and academically qualified, you have 0 there. So that is the point that I'm raising from where I'm sitting in terms of employment equity. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
So when we look at the top 2 levels and basically the last level, and in that regard, then. Okay, thank you so much. Minister, HOD.
Sorry, Minister. I will call on Ms. Nadia Ismail to assist with the more technical aspects of some of the questions, particularly on the terminations. I don't have the information on how many were transfers. Remembering, of course, because we have a local government cohort of specialists in the department, that sometimes there's a transfer, as I was mentioning earlier, to municipalities outside of the public service, but still within public service, but at the municipal level, the municipal level now. Oh, sorry, I've just been provided with the, if you look at, I think there is further information that is provided for Member Nkondlo on table 3.4.3 on page 151, in terms of transfers within other public service departments. But a lot of the exits were in fact due to expiry of contracts as well. So I hope that gives further information to the member in that respect. Continuity and succession planning is obviously critical for the provincial treasury, but that needs to be balanced against, regular churn, as it were, turnover in the department, which does introduce new blood, new energy, new ideas, and so forth. So neither are bad things in and of themselves, but they need to be managed carefully. We do. I think we do, as managers, try and have career development discussions with all of our staff as part of the performance review process. Thinking, I know that I do with top managers, start to have an ongoing discussion around, where they see themselves 5 years from now, what roles they could be playing that are different to the roles they're playing in the Treasury now. I think we all, as individuals, as skilled professionals, always looking for development, new, interesting things to do, rather than just perhaps bleak future of more of the same for years and years on end. So we do have that, but I think it's really part of the management function and roles that we take take that on. Obviously, we do for our younger staff, and we've got quite an impressive number of very, very bright and appropriately ambitious staff. We do try and find those career paths for them in their areas of interest, both within the department and more broadly in public service. We do, of course, also through our internal bursary programs, encourage staff to continue with their learning as a lifelong process and studying. And so we do have staff studying at a range of levels in a range of disciplines in the department. We're very, very supportive of that, because it pays back for public service as a whole, in particularly in relatively specialized areas that we deal with. On the question of employment equity, while I think that we are making progress at the in the department, it's not good enough. It's an area that concerns me. I know it concerns my other managers in the department, and I know that it concerns the minister. We have, I think, as a result, taken a step back and say this is not just about algorithmic application of targets and mandatory processes. This needs to be a much more active process of thinking where we want to be in the future in terms of the diversity of our staff and our leadership in the department. So what we've started to do, and so we actually had I think a very good discussion with the CSC around how we make much more systematic inroads into this on the equity issues. We are re-looking at how we advertise positions, how are we marketing ourselves, where are we marketing ourselves, the channels that we're using. Some particular parts of the public financial management discipline use LinkedIn a lot, others don't. So others may be more in the kind of conventional print media and so forth. So we're trying to tailor that early stage of how we market the posts that we're looking to fill much more intelligently to make sure that we're reaching the audiences that we want to reach. We're also looking at panel composition. Who sits on a recruitment panel? Interviewing candidates. Does that really create an environment where everyone can shine? If it's an all-male panel, is that creating a negative dynamic for talented female candidates to be able to really give their best shot in displaying their talent and so forth? So we're looking at those issues and trying to make sure that we get the right balance to allow people. And then, of course, I think from the employment equity perspective, our employment equity officers being encouraged to push back from the early stages of the process as well. It is a challenging environment. I think in our next report you'll see that we've made progress here, and that I'm really delighted about in attracting particularly African male candidates to the department. But it comes with setbacks. We recently appointed a chief director infrastructure, an African male candidate, extremely capable and competent. But unfortunately, others had spotted that as well, and he was with us for a very limited period of time before he moved back up to Gauteng. Exceptional opportunity that had been offered to him that we couldn't compete with. So it is. Progress is inadequate. I'll be quite frank on that point, but it is an area of priority. I can assure the committee that all managers apply their mind on this, and we are recalibrating. We have recalibrated our approach to make sustainable progress on these issues. On the question, Member Nkondlo, on 3.1.4. I'm not in a position to answer that myself. These are centrally negotiated. Maybe Ms. Ibrahim can come in on that one. And then on the last two questions on skills, the demand versus supply, there was, in terms of training, there was significant disruption in the COVID environment, in terms of not all training providers were geared to be able to offer online training. So we had to pivot towards online training. There was a drop-off in our ability to offer training opportunities because those providers were also retooling. We felt that intensely as the Provincial Treasury, because as we mentioned earlier, we were retooling for an online training environment as well. But we were doing a second thing at the same time as well, is we want to make sure that that the offerings are aligned not just to what staff would prefer, but also to the projected needs of the department. One of those needs, for example, is in the data environment. And even yesterday, we finalized arrangements for a team of 12 from the department to go on an integrated data management in-service training course. So I think we are recovering from that, from the downturn there, but there was a significant disruption that came from COVID. In terms of the scarce skill sets, yes, there was one foreign national in the department who subsequently departed. It was in fiscal policy. It is relatively specialized. The individual had a PhD in economics. And was a very erudite gentleman indeed, and had to play quite a diverse role across not only the kind of broader aspects of economics, macroeconomics, but also into microeconomics, and as well into the relatively arcane world of gambling policy. As well. So it is a pretty specialized skill set in that area of sort of applied public economics, and always a very tricky post to fill. Let me go to, I think there's one outstanding question on 3.1.4, and I'm not sure, Ms. Ismail, if you are able to offer any further information to the committee in that respect, or whether we will need to revert on the matter.
Thank you, Judy, and good morning to all the committee members and to my colleagues. So as far as 3.1.4 is concerned, so being a highly regulated industry that we are working with, we need to comply with the numerous legislative and specific requirements. And as far as that is concerned, there's not much room that we can maneuver within.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. But perhaps something to look into is because you guys have, in South Africa specifically, the finance people that are there, it's almost like you're moving between departments, you're moving between entities, you're moving between municipalities, depending on where you get promoted, because type of positions and specialized skills doesn't open up every second day. So something that you guys probably will have to look in is how do you increase the pool that will eventually graduate? And an example is, and this is just because I saw one of your adverts, is I sent it to Stellenbosch University's law faculty, and the professor there posted it on for all the students within the master's program. And that is a simple thing where if you just ask the deans in the finance department or accounting, or just ask the deans in the law faculty, depending on the post, just say to the university, listen here, we have posts available. We'll put you on our email system. The moment it comes up, can you just put it on the student forums for the final year students when it comes out? And those are sometimes the entry-level jobs in those particular. Sometimes that's an easy way of just saying, this is how we're increasing the pool. So we need to start thinking of some of those.
I completely support that idea, and in fact, in conversations with the department, I mean, we've talked about actually going beyond that. We're obviously constrained by the pandemic, but actually going out to some of the relevant departments at our universities in the Western Cape and actually asking senior officials to talk about a career in the Treasury, which many of the students may not really have thought about and may not be aware of the opportunities and frankly, not be aware of the kinds of very exciting challenges and work and how they really, by joining the Treasury, could make a difference. So that is certainly something that the HOD and the department and I are talking about. And now that the environment is changing, I think perhaps we'll be able to start to implement that in the next financial year.
Thank you so much. I think, and just off the top of my head, for example, the reason I got the Making Finance Fun Again was actually from Professor Rian Radman from Stellenbosch University, because in 2011, he actually started the hashtag of making finance sexy again. I just edited it a little bit so that it's not the same. But just little things like that, like the prof in the accounting faculty, like was very innovative. You know, he gets students engaged, and there are many other professors at various other universities that are very similar in terms of they're able to take a difficult topic and they can make it fun. They can make it interesting. And you're really looking for those type of almost ambassadors for the provincial treasury to say, this is an option. Minister, you wanted to say something? Okay, there's about 3 minutes left if there's any other burning questions on part D before I just open up to the public quickly. If none, is there anyone from the public physically or online with us? Okay, I don't see anyone in the chamber. I don't see any hands pop up or little purple bubbles pop up on MS Team as well. So with that, thank you so much, Minister and Provincial Treasury. I'm assuming that some of the officials will be staying behind for the gambling entities report as well. But for those who are not necessary, you're welcome to go about your day-to-day operations. We're going to take a break now at 10:30 until Okay, we're going to take a break now until 10 to 11, just a tea break. Then we'll be dealing with the gambling and racing board as an entity. And then there will be lunch provided as well for those who stay after that particular session. So if you are here, please do join us for the tea break and or for lunch. Thank you. With that, the meeting is suspended. I also need to just synchronize my different clocks, I think, with the different systems. But thank you so much for bearing with us. We are now with the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, which is an entity of the Provincial Treasury. Colleagues, we're going to follow the same format as last time. We don't need to reintroduce members, but if we can just have the chairperson of the board and the CEO, Mr. Basade and Mr. Abrams are online, if they can just introduce their delegation for us. If there's any introductory remarks from either the minister and or board chair and CEO, then we'll do that now. And then we're going to jump straight into the different parts of the annual report. Just as a refresher, the different parts are part A, B, and D of the annual report, which will be followed by questions and answers in the different parts, and then with the participation at the end. I'm just going to ask that if you're not on the floor, just remember to keep your mic and video off. I see the board has majority of them are together, so I'll hand over to you now. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of this committee, Honourable Minister, members of the Provincial Treasury, everybody in attendance. We, the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, have great pleasure in presenting the annual report for the period 2020 to 2021. By way of context introduction, I'm Claude Basade. I was appointed Chairperson of the Board with effect from the 16th of December 2021. During the period of the report, the Chairperson was Mr. David Ken. His term of office as Chairperson and as Board member has since expired. The Board has an authorised membership of 7. At present, there are 6 Board members. They are Ms. Fani, Deputy Chairperson.
Apologies, I'm just going to ask, is it possible just to sit a little bit closer to the mic on your side? We are able to hear you, it's just not as clear as it can be.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Can I continue?
Thank you so much. That's much better.
Thank you. The board has an authorised membership of 7. At present, there are 6 board members. They are myself, Ms. Fani, the Deputy Chairperson of the board, Mr. Aronsa, Dr. Fogus, Ms. Fenter, and Mr. Nichols. Also in attendance is the CEO, Mr. Primo Abrams, accompanied by the members of the executive management. I'll quickly name them: Mr. Kabane, Ms. Skefu, Ms. Seaver, Ms. Basson, Mr. Bennett, and Mr. Matthews. Chair, we are pleased to report a clean audit outcome. Perhaps I'll just highlight one aspect is during the year is the move towards business process automation, which enables applicants to submit online license applications. The aim is to create a paperless environment. Finally, we should record our thanks and appreciation to the Honourable Minister, members of the Provincial Treasury, and everyone in assistance in compiling this report. The board is pleased to answer any questions you have and receive any guidance from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're also quite privileged to know that even though we have annual reports today, we are also seeing the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board within our cluster week coming up next week, where we're going to go into some details on the LPMs and operators and how their day-to-day operations work with their licensees. So I'm quite excited for that. Colleagues, with that, we're going to jump straight into part A. See, there's one hand. Ms. Adams, you can just assist me there quickly. Member van Stuyzen, are there any other hands for part A? Just a reminder, part A is pages 3 to 18. Member Nkondlo, I see your hand. Okay, in that order, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of Section A, the first thing is the issue of a quorum of the board. Now, I see that the Act prescribes that a quorum constitutes 5 members, and as has been highlighted, with only 6 members appointed, that it could be a problem for the board then to operate. So my first question is, do you have a problem with some board members not being readily available? Or would you like to see in future amendments that a majority of board members, that would be then 4 out of the 7 potential positions, that should constitute a quorum for the board? So has this really been a problem? If you, for example, called for meetings and then unfortunately due to a lack of being quorate, that you had to postpone meetings. The second issue is the statement that our legislation in terms of gambling is, I think the words I use, somewhat outdated. Now, I cannot think of any other piece of legislation apart from financial legislation, which is reviewed annually, of any other piece of legislation that's been reviewed and amended more often than the Western Cape gambling legislation. I think we're on amendment number 19 in the 21 years that you've stated. Who should propose the modernization or the updating of that legislation? Where should it come from? I almost want to say who's in your visor when you say that our legislation is not keeping up? Is it not the board and the staff of the gambling board that should be advising us of modernization or amendments that should be needed or that is needed in terms of the gambling legislation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to ask with the second question that both the Provincial Treasury and Gambling Board also take into account Member Nkondlo's previous question on the policy review that was asked earlier this morning, just so that we can pair these similar questions up as well. Member Nkondlo?
We are only dealing with Part A, isn't it?
Yes, Member Nkondlo, Part A is pages 3 to 18.
18. Okay. No, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to confirm that. Chair, I just wanted to check with the board, because both in the forward of the chairperson and that of the CEO, one finds, I think, the blight around the issues of self-sufficiency of the board, which I believe these have been issues that have been engaged with the board even prior, I think, the actual process of, I think, the department in as far as the funding relationship is concerned. But one gets worried in terms of the reading, perhaps I'm missing it, where I think as the board raises the challenges that it faces in page 11 of the financial self-sustainability, one, does not seem to get sort of a plan. It's like the board is in a state because of the decision at this point, and my sense, Chair, and I think this is one thing that I would like maybe the chairperson of the board to sort of give some kind of an explanation and maybe some comfort to us as members, because I'm worried in the manner in which it is raised, as if the board finds itself in some kind of state of financial situation or paralysis, if I use a very stronger word, because one would expect that there is a plan that the board is putting in place in as far as its self-sufficiency is concerned and sustainability is concerned, considering also the COVID environment that's, I think, dealt with us since 2019, that going into the future, the board is actually starting to put those plans into place, other than, I think, the manner way it is written here, which from me, when I'm reading it, is really lamenting this as the biggest challenge, as if there is no plan. That's the first one, Chair. And then I think also, I think I will deal with this later in the other section. I think on the performance, again, is the issue of I think the inadequate resources and capacity constraints. I think the issue of the organizational structure, because I think the environment, once again, has presented challenges across industries. And one is very worried about this issue of organizational structure, which again is raised by the board. And again, if you consider that, I would assume, unless I'm wrong, the board is in a position, to actually itself resolve this particular problem in ensuring an organizational structure and compatibility that is informed with its current and future demands. But it seems, once again, it's like, again, another issue that the board is finding itself, in somewhat a situation in this regard about the organizational structure, notwithstanding the issue of vacancies that one also looks at the later pages. I also just want to understand with the board, once again, on this particular matter, what is the challenge of the board in as far as, reorganizing and re-engineering its own organizational design, in response, to the future demands and the changes within the board that are placed also by the funding situation that it finds itself, but also the new demands of the environment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask if there's any other questions on part A. All of mine are on part B. Okay, if none, then let's deal with those. Thank you so much. Mr. Basuday and Mr. Abrams. Apologies, I see another hand online. That's Member Maseko. Member Maseko, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I just want to echo the questions and the concerns to a certain extent raised by Member Nkondlo, because I mean, if you look at the vision for the gambling board, it's one of the things that the board itself should have foreseen, that they'll be at the space where they are now, that they need to be innovative, to be to be independent and not wait for the caring of the department itself. So I'm wondering, and I think maybe the chairperson is going to help me out here to say the board meetings, as they attend the board meetings, as they have a vision that I believe that they've been championing, Mr. Lake. What is it that they have added value to, that they have become innovative to make sure that they react to their vision, or they implement the vision that they do have, to make sure that they can react to the 2023, because it's enough time for them to say that to put bits and bits and pieces to make sure that they can be able to sustain themselves. Now, if the sustainability, they see it as a challenge beforehand, what is it that they anticipate should happen for them to be sustained, for them to be operational? As the standing committee, I mean, somewhere the standing committee has been mentioned, that we mentioned something in another financial year that it will be sort of insinuation that it will be unfair. But we are in a time that nothing is normal. We have to adapt to the new norm, and definitely also with the gambling board has to adapt to the new norm. So what innovative steps have they taken to make sure that they react to that also? I would love to hear from them so that we can take it from there. And I'll continue with my question after I've gotten the responses to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Basuday, Mr. Abrams. Just a reminder, just to please sit as close as possible to the mic on your side. I did get a note from our sign language interpreters just that they are struggling to hear the clarity in the question, the answers. But the sound's coming through. If you can just be a little bit more clear when you speak into the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. As the Honourable Member quite rightly said, as regards the quorum, that would require a legislative change, but the board does manage that in that I think we have an excellent attendance by board members, and we have various interventions to make that possible. And we've not had occasion to adjourn a board meeting on account of a quorum. We've also introduced other measures such as round robin if necessary between board meetings. So we have dealt with it in that way. But to go back, ultimately, if there's to be a need, if there's to be a change in quorum number of 5, there has to be a legislative change. Insofar as the legislation is concerned, the board has over the years made submissions regarding amendments to the Act. Understanding is that the focus at the moment is on the 19th, 20th and the 21st amendment bills, which still require sign-off.
Sorry, Chair.
Just apologies, Mr. Basseday. Member Maseko?
I'm sorry, Chair, to just interject. I tried to raise my hand and I understand if you didn't say it, but maybe a little bit louder, we'll be able to hear. I don't know if it's my laptop or is the mic from the other side if it's not clear enough, but I would love to hear what the speaker is saying, please.
Mr. Basseday, is it possible? I did see there was another mic in the room. Is it possible maybe to either move the mic or to put the laptop a bit louder?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We're trying to do that. I hope it's a little bit better. I'll try and speak up a little bit louder. So,
thank you.
Yes, so I was dealing with the legislation, Chair. There are the 3 bills which are currently await sign off, the 19th, 20th and 21st amendment bills. But as is the case not just in the gambling sphere, but quite often the law does not keep pace with technology. But these are certainly matters which amendments to the Act we will continue to liaise with our parent body on. Regarding the policy determination, I think the Honourable Member was referring to earlier, there was the Cape High Court matter where the court set aside the policy determination of the executive, and I think the invalidity was suspended for a period of 1 year. But I will ask our legal manager, Ms. Skepu, to add a bit more detail on these matters. As far as financial sustainability, I will request our CFO, Ms. Siwa, to just enlighten the members on the steps that have been taken towards this. But the point, I think, is that, as we've alluded to in our annual report, the board receives its revenue from statutory fees and cannot generate own income. So it does require also legislative changes. As far as organizational structure, that is something which is on the board's in the board sites for the coming year to look at a review of the organization as well. But I will also ask Ms. Kabane, our HR manager, to add a bit more detail on that. Thank you. If I can hand over to Ms. Skepu, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee and the attendees in the sitting. Yes, Chair, I think the department can speak to the process in terms of the redrafting or replacement of the policy to regulate gambling in the province. And I think the Chair shed some light on the legislative amendments that is currently in progress. We do liaise with the parent department as well as the legislative drafters in the Department of the Premier in terms of the board's inputs for amendments to legislation. The board also addressed the new developments through the adoption of its rules and supplementations in the regulations that the minister may pass. But in the main, we address new developments through the adoption and the amendment of rules that is within the board's domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gebo. Ms. Siwakin.
Good morning, members. Thank you so much. I think this speaks to Member Nkontlo's question. Member, as already pointed out by the chairperson of the board, I think the difficulty in terms of the board self-sufficiency is the fact that the board can only collect fees prescribed by law, and secondly, that applications are based on industry demand. So the board can't increase its fees. The only two ways it can increase its fees is to, or increase its income is to increase the fees as per the Act, or if there are new gambling opportunities or developments, etc., etc. I think some 2 or 3 years ago, the board did do some extensive work on self-sufficiency, where, for example, we compared the board's funding to other gambling boards, and that report has been provided to Provincial Treasury. The member must also remember that the board await the implementation of the 19 Amendment Act, and if that act comes into effect, which introduces new fees to be paid to the board, and the tune of that, the impact of that Amendment Act would be in the tune of 33 million rand. Currently, the board is still being funded by the provincial government. As per the board's financial statements, you will see that for the year under review, for the 2021 financial year, the board received a government grant to the amount of 27 million. So Member Nkontlo, is not that PT will just leave the board to go under. We are still a going concern. In the meantime, if in the meantime, as we are not self-sufficient, the PT will still fund the board in terms of the requirements of the PFMA that says that the public entity will be funded by the government. So we are not concerned that we won't be a going concern. I think the question is just, where does the funding come from? Does it come from the provincial government or does it come from the industry? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. As the Chair has already alluded to the issue of organizational structure, this issue, Chair, is very high on the agenda of the board, and it's going to remain on the agenda until it is resolved. But I can mention that we are in the process of procuring a service provider to assist us in conducting an organizational design investigation for the development of an optimal organizational structure for the board. And this exercise will, of course, include the job analysis as well as evaluation of all posts and development of an organizational structure that is fit for purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the board side would like to supplement or answer questions?
Nothing further at this stage, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to ask Provincial Treasury to also supplement some of the questions because some of them related to legislation and policy specific, which also falls within Provincial Treasury's domain. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I'm aware also of Member Nkondlo's earlier question. I will ask my colleagues to talk, Dr. Haberman, Mr. Boyson, Ms. Horton, to talk to some of the questions. But clearly, I think what's very important for members to recognise is that COVID and the disaster regulations hit the gambling industry as much as they hit other parts of the economy and caused a lot of instability and difficulties. That obviously had a revenue impact as well. And while there is recovery underway in that respect, what has happened is that it came on top of more profound structural changes in the industry and gambling tastes in the sort of formats that are available to pursue gambling opportunities and so forth. So we're dealing with an industry that was already in a process of change that was then hit by some of the impacts of gambling. We'd already understood that, and that the current policy framework for gambling was due for a more systematic review. It had been incrementally adjusted for changes in context, I think, as Member van der Westhuizen said a number of times. We're now approaching the 20th and the 21st Amendment, so a more systematic review was required, and we have embarked on that, and I think we've made very, very good progress on it as well. The intention is to be able to release a discussion document around the gambling industry in the Western Cape in the course of the next year, and the next financial year. But we really do need to look at an integrated set of issues related to industry structure, the economic impact, the revenue impacts of the industry, as well as some social consequences of problem gambling, and of course probity issues that require a specific regulation in industries of this nature. So there's a changing dynamic and context here that we're well aware of, and we are applying our minds as a provincial treasury to considerable research in the area to understand this environment, make sure we understand the current context and likely future trajectories in this environment. We do also have, I think, a very productive regular set of meetings with the Gambling and Racing Board, the Gambling Liaison Committee meeting, which makes sure that the interfaces between policy and the role of a regulator are tight, that those interfaces haven't got gaps in them, and there's common understanding of and respect for roles and responsibilities on relation to policy making functions and regulatory functions, as well as to be able to assist the board in dealing with its own issues, the organizational structure and so forth. And I think they've traversed those questions in their responses. The challenge with any independent regulator, and as the board is an independent economic regulator, is that we do want to make sure that it performs its role independently, robustly, reliably, without fear or favor, that it is not in an independent way from the policymaker as well as the industry. And so you want it to have reliable, sustainable sources of revenue, but at the same time, we do need to make sure that like all other elements of the public sector, it is still subject to expenditure constraints, continual drives for efficiency improvement, and so on and so forth. So I think Dr. Haverman and Mr. Boyson and Ms. Horton might want to add in terms of some progress on the policy review side as well.
Thank you, HOD. With regards to the background research that's underpinning the policy, that work has been completed, and we've been engaging closely with the board. I think the last time that we had the meeting was towards the end of November, and the work is continuing, so there is still further engagements that is going to take place with the board. So in terms of the progress, in terms of the green paper, that will probably be finished by mid-February, and then thereafter there will be further interactions and so forth. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing that green paper, considering that the previous policy was over 20 years old, if I remember correctly. Colleagues, are there any follow-ups on part A before we go to part B? I see Member van der Westhuizen. Are there any other hands? Okay, Member van der Westhuizen, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, one of the major differences that I can see between the Western Cape gambling legislation and that of at least one other province is that, as the chairperson has said, in our case, the fees payable are contained within the legislation, whereas I do know that in at least one other case, it's contained in regulations. Now, we do know that regulations now allow one to be far more nimble, and that, for example, the MEC can, promulgate such regulations. So my first question is therefore, would that not be a form of reform that would allow the Western Cape Gambling Board to be more financially independent going forward? The second one is, and I'm glad to hear that there's been some research done. I've been impressed by some labor unions in the past who seem to know the financial affairs of the company as well as the CEO and the board of directors, in the sense that if they say we cannot afford to give our employees an increase, they can say, no, we've studied your financials, we know what you can pay, come on, don't hide behind this fig leaf. So my question is, do we have the necessary research capacity to be able to know how profitable gambling is to some of the Western Cape operators, or all the Western Cape operators, in order to determine, that sweet spot where we can maximize income for the province without obviously jeopardizing the economic prospects of the licensed operators, and without, opening up the door further for illegal operations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other hands, but with that, perhaps we must just find out from Provincial Treasury, and I think it probably lies with the Department of the Premier, but has the bill been enacted as an act yet, the previous 19th Amendment, because it's off the Provincial Parliament's desk. And I know the 20th and 21st is not technically on my desk yet. And I always tell the procedural officer, if it's not on my desk, we're not dealing with it. So if we can just get some clarity, has the bill been enacted? And if so, when is it enforced? Yes, thanks.
Perhaps Mr. Boyson or Ms. Horton, you'd want to just respond on both those issues.
I think the answer to the question is no, it has not been enacted. So currently there is a legal challenge that we are addressing at the moment, but we're not going to indefinitely extend the delay of the implementation of the bill as well. Ms. Horton may also come in.
Thank you. I just want to answer the question with regards to the statutory fees being in an act and not in a regulation. In fact, the statutory fees are in terms of a regulation, the cost and fees regulations that are adjusted annually with an inflation readjustment. So yes, it's true with regards to the 19th Amendment, that is part of a legislation in terms of the Act. But the annual fees in terms of the various deposits that need to be paid, the schedules in terms of deposits, investigation and annual license fees, as well as new license application fees that constitute perhaps approximately 40-odd million rand in terms of the board's annual income. They are indeed regulated in terms of regulations. Thank you.
Ms. Horton, I don't want to speak on behalf of Member van der Westhuizen, but I think he's referring to the fees that were in the 19th Amendment Bill that was before Parliament previously. Why those are not in regulation, why in law? Because that was an act, that was a bill. Provincial Treasury brought us a bill. They didn't bring us regulation. And then they asked us, please, can you consider the bill? And we considered the bill, and those particular fees then go off, and then you decide whether it becomes an act or not.
That is indeed correct. The amendments were made in terms of if one goes back, the proposed amendments that are currently captured in terms of the 19th Amendment formed part of a bigger set of amendments. And at the time, it was just in terms of trying to resolve the funding shortfall in terms of the board that they were passed through in terms of the process that were followed. The intention is in terms of, and indeed there's been a lot of discussion in terms of the need to update the Act. The intention is part of that process to bring those fees as part of the regulations. But one can also recall in terms of that amendment, there was a process built into that amendment to address an adjustment to those fees on an annual basis. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions on the research capacity one? I'm not sure if that was to the board or to the Provincial Treasury.
I mean, I think we do understand that these are very specialized research areas to understand the industry and the dynamics of players in the industry, and that is why we also lean on specialist. We contract in specialist expertise to the provincial treasuries to make sure that we have a full understanding of these areas, and that's exactly what we're doing in the case of the broader research. And I think that we also benefit as well as we will in the future from consultations with the board, which has specialized staff in this area, as well as with the industry as well. So it is specialized. I completely agree with Member van der Westhuizen in that respect. And we don't keep that in-house capacity to any significant scale. We do have very experienced officials, but we do also go and obtain from service providers the skills we need.
Thank you so much. From Mr. Bassada and Abrams' side, is there anything you would like to add to those questions?
Thank you, Chair. I was Mr. Scarepool to just add a little bit. Scarepool.
Yes, just to supplement is the fact that the policy review process also look at the sustainability and the economic gains of the different sectors of the industry. So I think that when that process is concluded, it will also shed light on the question posed by Member van der Westhuizen.
Are there any other apologies? Did you have something to add? Okay, if not, are there any follow-ups on Part A or new questions to Part A? If none, we'll go on to Part B, which is pages 20 to 47. Pages 20 to 47, if I could have hands for Part B, please. If none, then I'll start with my questions then. I see there's one hand, Member Nkondlo. Any other hands? Okay, if none, Member Nkondlo, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. On page, I think it's page 22, I just wanted to check under 2.1.5 on the expansion of the gambling industry. How is the board actually, what work are they involved in driving digitization and e-commerce considering, I think, as we had already alluded to earlier on, the issues of, the future and developments in the sector itself. That's the first question that I would like to pose. And then, okay, my question on the gambling policy was answered already. And also, I just want to check, Chair, also as part of that, is that I've seen that the board has already started, I think, the automation of their own processes. If they can just expand on that automation, in particular in as far as the licensing end-to-end process, because I can imagine, with the uncertainty about COVID and any other things, and even the future and the benefits, I think, of the digital space, the extent to which I think the board has explored, automation of the entire process of licensing, and obviously what would be some of the risks that they would have picked up, because we know some of the challenges that are in the digital space in as far as security is concerned. So I think that's that's my second issue that I would like to check for now. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll come back. I think I'm just having to read my notes clear. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Member Nkondlo, and you've assisted me with dealing with some of the issues I wanted to raise as well. On pages 22 and 23, it speaks to the research into licensing further modes of gambling. Now, from what we've already heard on the policy review, I'm assuming that's also part of the respective policy review. But if there's separate research, if the board and CEO can just indicate what the outcomes of that research were. It also speaks to industry developments. And one of the things I wanted to ask about, and I think I asked about it last year as well, is the fast growing sector of gaming and how gambling can be used within the gaming sector. So is that something that is currently being considered? We had, as part of the budget workshop previously, a guest lecture by a professor within procurement, and she shared with us some of the developments within the digital space. And one of the things that the youth are doing lately, and apparently I'm not considered really youth according to them anymore, is that there's now a metaverse. So the metaverse, for some of the rest of us, just to have a bit of context, is you can literally enter into another artificial world and essentially live your life in that world with these glasses that you can buy online and stuff like that. And apparently in this metaverse, there's already political parties in South Africa, and people are already bidding on owning Nkandla and I don't know what, not everything. So essentially you can live your life within the metaverse. So if you can live a life within the metaverse, by extension, you can gamble in the metaverse. So when you have these type of innovations within the private sector of artificial intelligence, the digital economy and transformation, where and things that are automated and stuff like that, how do we deal with some of these innovations? And how do we deal when it comes to things like licensing and fees and regulation of some of these innovations? And then my next question is on page 23 regarding the reinvigoration of horse racing as a sport, which, based on the annual report, the board says is necessary. That's the wording it uses. And I just want to find out, okay, if we're saying it is necessary to reinvigorate the horse racing as a sport, how do we do that? Because the way I understand it is horse racing as a sport is a high risk, high reward type of industry where a lot of money and funding has to be put into it, and it's not necessarily an industry that creates as many jobs as some other industries that might require prioritization and prioritization within provincial government. So how do we do that? What are the opportunities there currently for us? And then I can't remember the page number for this, but this one I wrote down for the minister. There was a recent board appointment, obviously, that was made based on the committee's recommendations. And this is also, yes, it's to the minister, but it's also to the provincial treasury officials, because previously the legislation says that you don't need to rank candidates when you send them to the minister, okay? Then, we did it in the first 2 years like that. And then the request came for the committee, please rank them so that we have more or less an idea what the committee's thinking is, how you feel about candidates in terms of appointments. So we said, okay, you know what? This might assist the provincial treasury, so let's rank them. So we ranked the candidates. Number 1 and 2, I think, were like a few points apart from each other. Number 3 and 4 were a few points apart from each other. But the number 2 candidate was chosen. Now, technically, that is completely allowed in terms of legislation. But now the question is, if the number 1 candidate is not going to be chosen, shouldn't we just go back to submitting the names and surnames of people who we think are suitable and appropriate for the minister to pick out of? Because that's what we did previously. There's no rule that says we must rank. So it's just a little bit of a, not conundrum, but how do we say what is the best methodology of sending through names? Because one of the things as a committee we said is, we're not here to determine whether you have the qualification and experience. That must come through the shortlist in provincial treasury. Qualified and experienced people must pitch up in front of us when the interviews are being done. However, what we see as our role is the suitability and appropriateness of a person that we submit as a recommendation to the minister, and by extension to the cabinet to make a decision upon. So if we can just get a bit more clarity on that. And then on page 47, there was an over collection of revenue of 6 million rand. So while, I understand it was COVID, I understand that there was lockdown regulations, I understand it was a difficult year. But despite this, the board had an over collection of revenue of 6 million. And within majority of its programs, it had a bit of an under expenditure. Not as much as some other entities, but it had under expenditure and over collection. So now my question is, 1, we speak about self-sufficiency, but you have money left on the books. And then the second part is, can we not use some of the compensation of employee money in vacancies that we know are not going to be filled necessarily? Are we not allowed to use that for other line items? How do we plan for filling vacancies? What is the rules regarding using money that you know that you're not going to fill this particular position within this particular year, so that we don't have continuous under expenditure on COE that we know we're not going to use? And that's both for the board and for provincial treasury. Member van der Westhuizen, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On that very same page that you've just referred to, 47, I believe, in that table, I see there's been quite a decrease in the interest as an income. Perhaps you can just help us, is that interest payable towards the board by the bank, or is it interest on late payments for invoices that you've rendered to some of the institutions? That's the first one. The second one is, I find it quite interesting that in terms of that table, you've been able to, quite correctly budget and anticipate that your income would drop from the previous financial year to the year under review. What informed that decision to drop your income? Was that, did you get an early indication from Treasury that they would, for example, give you a much smaller transfer? Because it seems to me that that amounts for about 10 million of the drop in income. And then I see in the previous year, you also seem to have, you are reporting on a 1.8 million retention of surplus funds. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind just explaining to us how, what debates or what informed that kind of amount, so that you estimated for a retention of surplus funds, which eventually didn't realize. My impression is that you pay over your income to the provincial treasury. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind just informing us of how does that work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to the board first and then to Provincial Treasury.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the expansion of the gambling industry, paragraph 2.1.5, we do provide some context there, but indeed the board has commenced a public participation process, which is currently in process, and the board will be considering the outcomes of that very soon. Regarding online commerce, digitization and automation, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Matthews to speak more to that, and ask Mr. Bennett to speak on the interplay between the gambling and the gaming sector, the regulations applicable there too, and some of the issues in the horse racing. As far as the overcollection of revenue under expenditure, interest income and retention of surplus, I'll ask Ms. Siwa, our CFO, to come in there, please. Thank you. So, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Nkondlo. Good morning, everyone. I would just like to say the board has gone the route since 2018 in digitization of its business processes. We started with the licensing process, and we have finished with that project last year in September. So we have taken all of the application forms from the licensing business unit and digitize that into a platform where you fill in all applications online. Within that, we build the workflow to automate the whole process end to end. From start, from the industry side, we provided the industry with their own portal to manage the environment, the users itself from a security and risk perspective before it actually comes to the board. So once it is in the board's domain, we process that license right through until the license is produced. We've taken, I think, a matter of 3 years to get it into production. So we are busy. We have got the casino online. The LPM industry, we are busy with at the moment of rolling out, and then we'll tackle the bookmakers. From an e-commerce perspective of payment of those licenses itself, the licenses only are paid once it has been processed in total where the board has approved that license. So in terms of how that process works from a financial perspective, is totally different. You do not do the online payments for that license, but that would be the next step, or shall I further down the line, of providing an e-commerce section with the licensing process. From a risk and security and governance perspective, as mentioned, each industry operator have got their own logons, and the board manage that very shall I say, highly in terms of who have access to the system and the platform. The industry itself manages their employees, so they would know who has got access to that chair. For us, it has been going smoothly for now. Hopefully, we will get all of the industry as soon as possible uploaded their application on it within this financial, or not this financial year, shall I say 2021, 2022 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. In respect of the interplay between e-gaming and gambling, What has actually happened currently within the Western Cape and South Africa is that while some bookmakers are taking bets on e-gaming, it is still considered as a very, what you call a volatile contingency, in that bookmakers aren't really assured that they can be guaranteed the intended outcome, which obviously to a certain extent those are the type of contingencies they like to offer. The other issue that there is currently, even though it's quite big globally, is that many of these e-gaming players are persons who are under the age of 18. Now, while they may not be partaking in any gambling activities themselves, they are contributing towards a contingency on which gambling is taking place. So that becomes also a bit of issue. The other issue that was discussed when we had discussions with bookmakers on this is that if this was a professional sport where you have a professional individuals partaking in this, is any type of manipulation or any type of corruption on their side in terms of throwing the result, is they do realize it could obviously impact on their future or their career in whatever sport they're taking place. But now you're dealing with children under the age of 18 who's not part of any professional body and stuff like that is. And we've had reports where people who are supposed to be the favorite in certain games that they are playing, is because of what is being offered, is they have a bit of a bad game and stuff like that is. So at this point in time, we're having a lot of discussion. We're not even doing any specific research on that is. But before we actually fully allow this basically to take place, there's a couple of questions that we would want to be answered in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Siva?
Thank you, Member. To Member Bartman question, Member, in terms of the table that you see on page 47, yes, there was an overcollection of 6 million, but included in that overcollection under item F is services in kind, and that is actually a non-cash item. That is basically the benefit that we get from the Department of Public Works. So if you exclude that 5 million, then the overcollection is actually just 1 million in terms of the board's own revenue. Then in terms of your second question, in terms of COE. Accessibility options. So in terms of the underspending, the reason as to why, and this is probably not your question, the underspending in terms of COE was so high this year was because due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there was no salary increases for 2021 and also no performance bonuses were paid. It is possible to move funds between COE, goods and services, and capital expenditure, but it is not a norm within the board. As an example, I can give you an example of the current year. When we had to implement the 2021 wage agreement, we had to find funds within the board's existing budget. So in that case, we moved funds from example, from goods and services to cost of employment. So it is definitely possible to move funds between COE and other line items. In terms of Member van der Westhuizen's question, Member, I'm sorry, I think I'm going to be a bit random in terms of answering your question. You ask about whether we knew or in terms of the budget was lower than the prior year. Remember, what we try to do is to be conservative when we set our income budget, because like I said, we are not, we don't know as to what the industry demand would be. So when we do budget for income, we try to be conservative so that the board don't over budget for its revenue. In terms of the 1.8 retention of surplus, that was a specific request that we requested for the board relocation, and that was for moving cost and furniture, etc. So what will happen is we can't just retain funds. You have to request the retention of funds from the minister based on a submission. So for example, you would write a submission and say, we would like to retain 1.5 of the cash surplus that we're paying back because we anticipate that in the new financial year, we will have these costs to be incurred. And as a result, the minister approved that 1.8 million. The reason as to why the board did not receive that 1.8 million was because the board had sufficient funds to actually fund the relocation and the furniture. So there was no need then to request that 1.8 million from the provincial treasury. I think those were the questions, member. I don't know if I missed anything in terms of the, oh, and then you ask about the interest income. Member van der Westhuizen, those are interests that we earn from the bank balances. Those are not interests that we earn from charging our license holders, because we really have late payments on our account. Thank you so much.
The other one was just horse racing. And then it's
Horse racing.
treasury. The opportunities within horse racing.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Bennett will take that as well.
Thanks, Chair. In respect of the horse racing, specifically the race course, there were requests from the license holder whether they would be allowed to have if we were going to grant the expansion of the LPM industries, they wanted to have what we call a 40 machine LPMs at the premises there. What that effectively would do is it would then attract further people to the races, to the race course, and hopefully that will basically be increase a bit more interest in the racing events. That is the first thing basically they want to do, obviously just to add a bit more traction and get a bit more people at the race course. And one of the ways to do that basically is to have offerings other than the horse than the horse races. And obviously the board would be in a position to consider any applications from them in terms of the 40 site LPMs. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
So basically, if I go to the horse racing, there's also slot machines. So I don't just go for the horse racing, there's different options.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Provincial Treasury?
Chairperson, I think the question to the Provincial Treasury was to do with the appointment process. So, you know, obviously what we're trying to achieve, and I think that the Act tries to achieve, is an appropriate balance of skills and strengths of board members relative to the changing conditions of the industry and obviously the requirements of effective regulation. And that's a difficult process. What the Provincial Treasury does is obviously focus on running a process that can uncover that with as much information as possible to give options to the executive in that respect. And I think that the Standing Committee plays a very, very critical role in that, and we're looking to maximize the extraction of value. But it's obviously, and quite rightly in terms of the Act, a subjective judgment that needs to be made based on not only the pool of candidates that have applied, but the relative needs of the board at that point in time, which is why I believe that the Act gives that discretion to the minister. In terms of the ranking, though, it's very valuable for, I think, the executive to have the insights of the committee in that respect as well, because you know, these more subjective choices are difficult choices where you're wanting to maximize the amount of information and perspective available. So, you know, I think we have managed to streamline somewhat the appointment process over the last while. I think that it probably is due as part of the broader review of the legal framework to introduce some reforms in that respect, in respect of board appointments and managements and so forth, and that will certainly be considered, I think, in the process and part of our broader governance review for public entities in the province. But you know, I think we are, from the Provincial Treasury perspective, you know, very grateful for all of the insight that we get from the Standing Committee's inputs, including the rankings, and understanding that it's not like a predetermined outcome, but it's a factor that the minister can take into account in terms of the not just the candidate in particular, but the committee's also assessment of the specific dynamics of the board and needs of the board at that point in time. I'm not sure if my colleagues wanted to add, Malcolm.
Thank you, HOD. And just with regards to the issue of the appointment process, yes, there's not a specific legislative requirement in terms of the ranking issue, but So just to mention that between the two candidates, they were very excellent candidates. I think that basically also assisted the minister in terms of the final determination. But I think at the time, what the department also considered was the 19th Amendment bill and the relocation issues. So those issues then prompted the department to recommend to the minister the number 2 candidate.
Thank you. I think that one of the reasons I asked that is because, especially if you have more than one person that is brilliant, but there's only one position, how does one create a pipeline of people coming through while still ensuring that the process is fair, you know, whenever there's a vacancy? So I remember the committee even said if there was 2 vacancies, we would have, out of the 4, just recommended these 2 for going forward, because the law also says we have to recommend 3. So even if Deirdre is experienced and even if Deirdre is qualified, it doesn't necessarily mean Deirdre must go sit on the gambling board. So something like that is difficult to explain. And maybe if you've seen my notes, I write as much as I speak in my footnotes of the stuff that I sent to the minister. But it is difficult to explain in writing why 2 people are fantastic, but also that they're fantastic in their own ways and in their own rights in terms of what they bring to the table. But what you also don't want is you don't want to lose some of these fantastic people almost being discouraged from not getting into respective vacancies and perhaps even not putting their names forward in the future. Because it's not like we as a committee can go to someone and say, we thought you were wonderful, please put your name in again, because that would be inappropriate. So how does one get those candidates that didn't necessarily make the cut this time to consider putting their names in the hat again? Because also about when those pool of candidates get to us, that everyone is qualified already, everyone's experienced already by the time they get to the committee. So it's not a question about whether someone is fit for purpose or not. It's a question of what does the gambling board need right now in that time, in that period. So for me, that is something that I just would like us to just have a bit of a think about. I don't know if the minister or someone would like to add to that, but if not, then I'll add up open for another round of questions. Okay, if none, any follow-up questions or new questions on part B? If none, let's go to part D. Part D is pages 74 to 82. Are there any hands for part D? Going once, Member Nkondlo. Any other hands? Okay, if none, Member Nkondlo can go ahead.
Hey, Chair, I think this thing of technology, my my raising hand function just decides to disappear at times.
Member Nkondlo, I think you accidentally muted yourself again.
Oh yeah, you see, Chair, I'm actually complaining about the same thing, that technology seemingly to be failing me this side. My hand function is just disappearing now, even my audio. But I wanted to support your initial one about what do you call that space for gambling, the internet, the cloud space.
Metaverse.
Metaverse. Yeah, metaverse, Chair. I think that's a very good proposition, and I'm sure we must get that professor to go and present to the board, so that indeed I'm sure they could make a lot of money, and that will relieve them to come and cry about this here in the committee. I'm sure one minute they get into the metaverse, they would even make far more revenue than you know, in the physical space. So I think that was just one thing I wanted to raise there, Chair. But I think there were 2 issues I wanted to raise as a concern. I think there, as I move to this section on governance, on HR, is that I sincerely did not understand, if one looks at page 37, that actually the board had even more meetings than intended, almost 6 more. But in terms of the resolutions, there are still, you know, they are minus. I'm not sure how are they optimizing on their meetings to ensure that as they are having more meetings, at least the board resolutions or issues that they need to conclude also concomitant with the number of meetings, issues get to be resolved. I think it's something that they need to improve on, including this issue of which is both in page 40 and 42, the vacancies in the regulatory compliance and licensing. I mean, you can't be talking about all of these things. Regulatory compliance, I'm sure it's one of the core business of the board, including licensing, especially now we're talking digitization. So it worries me that we're sitting with almost 6 combined vacancies in that regard. So, Chair, I just wanted, I think, to raise those, and just to say, Chair, in as far as this one, the HR issues particularly, I had, I think, the response we were given earlier on, I think by the HR, I'm assuming it's the HR manager, about, I think, the plans that they would be going into around the organizational redesign or design and the job evaluation, because I'm not sure what has kept them not to do the job evaluation. Is there a particular limitation thus far that has been limiting them in that space? But also, for me, it's to understand that at this particular point, one of the issues that have been, I think, even in the last annual report, some of the unstable labor relations, and perhaps one would be interested to know from the board currently the extent of the labor relations, because I see also in one section they're still mentioning some of the refusal of some of the employees to actually work beyond, I think, their job description, in light of the fact that those evaluations have not been done as yet. So I think it's important for me to just understand that space, if indeed there is improvement in terms of worker relations, and if they are their workers unionized, which unions do exist there, and what are the relations that they are having in that space. Lastly, Chair, is to say, I think, and I'm asking this question more to the board than the executive, particularly for me, is you know, succession and continuity plans in particular, to just also try and get you know, more younger members in the board, and also diversity in terms of gender, you know, because I think we were discussing this matter even previously in some of the discussion of the appointments, that it is not easy, I think, in this space particularly, because there would be specific or specified talents or skill one would need in as far as gambling is concerned. So sometimes in the job market, it may be difficult to get those people. And I'm just wanting to understand whether the board is sort of doing any innovation in as far as that particular space. And if so, in particular through their board committee that has to do with transformation and HR matters, what kind of conversations and engagement with the industry are they looking at to sort of ensure a wider pool, a contribution to a wider pool when they have to sort of look for future replacements or new board members for the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies if I didn't respond immediately. Our power just came back on, and it seems to me the signal transferred. Chair, there was a reference. Well, the first thing is, although the income of the board has dropped quite significantly, it seems to me nobody was laid off. the working from home for many people caused problems, created problems, and for many it was quite beneficial, not having to travel, pay for taxis, pay for expensive parking in the CBD of Cape Town, etc. Yet it seems to me that there have been some unhappiness as expressed from the union regarding the working from home and the ability to have access, etc. Perhaps if we could just be informed of the dynamics in this regard, because it actually seems to me as if, you know, the staff were quite well protected against the drop in income, etc. And yet there seems to have been some unhappiness, which, you know, flies in the face of all the staff wellness efforts, etc., that we read about in this section. Some background. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bassadeh and Mr. Abrams.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, regarding the reasons for deviation in terms of board meetings, we do project the number of board meetings for the year, which is held on a monthly basis, but invariably there are additional meetings to be held. So, for example, as listed there, patron disputes or something which you cannot anticipate. So whether it's a patron dispute which the board has to adjudicate on, there's a need for a special board meeting. Insofar as the vacancies, I think those vacancies were in the compliance department, and maybe Mr. Bennett can just confirm. I think those vacancies have been filled, but Mr. Bennett will confirm or otherwise just now. I'll ask Ms. Kapani to speak on the workers' union and related workers' employment issues. As far as board appointments, as we've discussed a little while ago, the appointment of board members is regulated by the Act. So the board does not have a nomination committee for board members. That is dealt with by the minister and on the recommendation of the legislature. Thank you. So with that, can I just ask Mr. Bennett to speak to the vacancies in the compliance? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At the end of last year, there were 3 vacancies. At this point in time, there is only 1 vacancy. The reason why that one has not yet been filled was during the course of last year, there was a bit of uncertainty as to the direction that the industry was going with the lockdown restrictions. Once that was established, we've actually made some changes to the actual the description, the job description of the individual. We have now sorted that out basically, and it has been adapted to deal with the current changes in the industry, and we hope to basically be making an appointment within the very near future.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Ms. Kapani, can you just deal with some of HR issues, please?
Yes, Chair. Just to give a brief background on the union matter in relation to the work from home strategy. Chair, there is a handful of admin workers who, when we implemented the strategy, were not able to work from home. Due to the inherent requirements of their jobs, of course, and the fact that they are office-based, and they didn't have the necessary resources to be able to work from home. And the union's perception of this was that the strategy was not favoring these admin workers. But we have since procured additional equipment for them to be able to work from home. And we have been engaging these individuals who are basically affected, and we've been having engagements with unions as well, just updating them on the progress regarding the procurement of additional resources for these staff. And also we also invested in health and safety measures, just to make sure that those who are not able to work from home, they are actually protected in the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can I answer the other questions?
Yes, CEO.
Yes. Chair, sorry, there was a question as to the increase in board meetings, but a decrease in the resolutions. Now, the decrease in the resolutions is nothing to do with the board meetings. It's the number of resolutions that was actually resolved within 30 days. And so no matter how many board meetings there are, it was the total number of resolutions and how many were resolved. And the decrease was due to third-party interventions. When third parties has to assist in the resolutions and it's not forthcoming, we obviously can't resolve all of them within 30 days. And the decrease is therefore as a result of that. So the number of resolutions would have increased, but the resolution or at least the finality of the resolutions is something totally different. And that's why we had a decrease of 1%. No, I think that answers it now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I've been asked to just stand in for the chair for a moment. Are there any further responses? Because I don't think my question has been responded to.
So, well, I think it was about layoffs and staff. Has there been any layoffs and staff?
No, there was this reference that there's a dispute with the union, it seems, about the rotational work and working from home, etc.
I think I have responded, Chair, to that question, and I gave a brief background around the issue and what measures we have put in place to address that issue.
Apologies if I've missed that, but has that issue now been resolved?
Yes, Chair, the issue has been resolved. We are waiting for the delivery of the purchased computer equipment for those individuals who were not able to work from home due to lack of these resources.
Thank you, and over to the chair again.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Member van der Westhuizen, for assisting me there quickly. Member Masika, I see your hand, and then Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one on a follow-up of Member Andrika's. How long has it been difficult for those workers not to be able to work from home? That is now that is being resolved.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. Can an indication be made of the unions, as I had asked earlier on, if there are any unions within the board? And then secondly, perhaps the department can answer my question around the issue of future board appointments, and how the issue of diversity can be realized.
I'm going to hand over first to the board regarding the members working from home and unions, and then to the board regarding the appointments. I think that might also be to Provincial Treasury, but let's start with the board.
Thank you, Chair. I think Ms. Sikapani has dealt with, but she can. The CEO will maybe
thank you,
add to that.
The workers that are currently have to work from the office are those who capture at least work with the licensing applications that come in. So they are the front line to all license applications that come in. So if we let them work from home at the beginning, was to resolve the security and around it, because we don't know who accesses their computers at home. So that was the first matter that we had to resolve. Once they work from home, whether those licensing information will be confidential or not. So that was the first thing. And then we needed to have adequate equipment, because they wouldn't want to use their own equipment, and that we ordered as well. And delivery of those equipment took a long while. So it's been for the last year that we have not received those equipment and it's standing, and that's been the period that they've had to work from office. But the thing is that the security around the information that they deal with became of primary importance.
Thank you. announcement on the unions?
Oh, yes, Chair, we do have unions. They are represented by PSA.
Apologies, did you say PSA?
It is PSA, Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then just the board appointments and future. Board first and then Provincial Treasury.
Chair, I think Member Kondlo's question related to transformation in the industry in terms of license holders, appointments, and the population of their boards. As indicated in the annual report, the board indeed imposes transformation conditions in terms of the BEE Act on licensees, and in the sectoral committees of the board, there is discussion about the different elements of the codes and licensees making progress towards better BEE targets and better transformation and diversification in the industry. And part of those discussions would then deal with board representation and whether or not the specific targets are met and what the reasons are in the event that there is no progress or there is a lack of progress. So indeed, from the board side, there is discussion around those things for the different license holders. That would be the casino industry, the LPM sector, as well as the bookmaking industry. But of course, it's fashioned on the different license conditions that is imposed on the sectors.
I just want to check quickly, Member Nkondlo, was it regarding the industry specific?
No, Chair. My question, which I think the board earlier on, I think the Chair said they are very limited in that space. That's why I asked if Provincial Treasury can answer. It's about how do we ensure a diverse pool that in the future, for replacement and new appointments in the board, in the current profile of the board.
Okay, so it's relating to board appointments. So that's actually Provincial Treasury then. Okay, thanks.
Chair, I won't repeat the comments I made earlier in respect to diversity and transformation in the Provincial Treasury itself, where we've relooked at the whole framework of what are the channels and in order to attract candidates, what is our offering, and I think that the same would apply to appointments to the board. Are we getting that big enough pool in the first reaching people who might be interested? The one point I would make is this really is, of course, a very specialized area of public policy and regulation, but there is quite a lot of thought that does go into this. So I'm just going to ask my colleague Malcolm Boyson to talk through that a little bit.
And just to add, so we will definitely look at the skills that's required in terms of the various responsibilities of the board, and obviously the gender and demographics that is required. Obviously, we'll review the appointment process on a regular basis to see that we have the maximum reach as possible. And where there is a case for getting candidates of a good caliber and informally reach out to possible candidates. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think similar to what I said earlier today about the legacy systems in Provincial Treasury, it kind of applies to the board as well. Sometimes, it's like it's instead of tinkering here and tinkering there, you kind of just need to start writing it all from scratch again. So that also comes back to the question Member van der Westhuizen had earlier. We have all these specific amendments. Obviously, you guys are busy with the policy review. So that is probably something that you just need to take into account when concluding the policy review, concluding how the legislation should look. And if one had to look at the ideal process for appointing board candidates, to instead of simply tinkering with what you have, to work towards the ideal within new legislation, within regulations, within the policy review, instead of us every year, every 2 years, just fixing a little bit here and fixing a little bit there. Colleagues, any follow-up questions? If none, are there any members from the public online or in person with us today who would like to ask a question? If none, I just would like to thank the Minister, HOD and Team Finance, the Provincial Treasury, the board chairperson of the Gambling Board, Mr. Basade, and CEO, Mr. Abrams, and their team there. It's absolutely wonderful having you here. And I'm so impressed with everyone because we've finished with 35 minutes to spare. And I would like to thank you for the robust engagement for the members, for those who might be listening online but not necessarily require a question specifically. Oh, I see there's a question in the chat box. It's just an apology from member Makamba Bocha. Okay, she just wrote in the chat box for us. Thank you so much, we noted. I just would like to encourage you to please do take what the members say into account. While this is oversight, we also try our best to try and, ask questions that are going to take us forward and not just asking questions for question's sake and not just requesting information for information's sake. So with that, thank you so much. The Provincial Treasury and Gambling Board, you're welcome to leave the meeting should you wish. It is a public hearing, so if you want to stay for our committee business, you're welcome to stay as well. Please, just a reminder, there will be lunch served in the lobby for those who physically present. Please do join us because I don't want to have to tell the Minister of Finance that it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Colleagues, with that, we're going to go over to committee business now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, thank you for remaining online. With that, I'm going to ask if there's any specific resolutions for those to be raised now. Okay, I see no hands. Is there anything specific from the procedural officer that we can understand?
Sorry, Chair, can I come in without raising my hand?
Yes, you may. Member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, I would like to see how do the fees charged in the Western Cape for gambling compare with that of the Gauteng Gambling Board? Would that be possible for us to ask the Gambling Board for that information?
Member van der Westhuizen, it's quite difficult hearing you. I only heard comparison to Gauteng. Is there specific that you would like a comparison to be made, just so that we give the department some more clearer mandates?
I was thinking of, just for our information, comparing the tariffs and the license fees between the Western Cape and that of Gauteng.
No problem. So a request for comparison regarding the licensing fees, different licensing fees, and perhaps we can even include the different incomes that we get as well in that comparison. Member Nkondlo, I see your hand.
Chair, I may be advised, would we be imposing, if we were to indeed ask the board to consider this this engagement or presentation of a prof that we had in our workshop around how digitization, how they could actually explore further from the whatever process that they had started themselves, because I found, having sat in that workshop and what they are speaking about, still very limiting. I think they've not scratched the surface if one think of, the whole information we were learning in the workshop, particularly because they are sitting with the challenge of self-sufficiency. And I find from where I'm sitting, this board is just too relax in as far as innovation around, you know, self-sustainability and going out there and being radical to actually think outside of the box, whether using digital or any other method. So that's why I'm asking, perhaps you can advise there if it won't be encroaching, if we were to say to them, let them maybe consider engaging with the prof just to get that presentation and get to understand what are some of the possible. I was liking what you were raising about that particular sphere considerations of gambling in there. The second one, Chair, for me, I also would like for us to understand if they can provide us an update on the filling of the vacancies, particularly in the regulatory compliance and the licensing, because for me, I found this a very critical post that we need to ensure that we don't come back and we still find them. And I'm hoping at least by this time, because we're already in a different financial year, these posts would have been filled. And then lastly, Chair, there is a case, I think that is currently, which I was reading about there, that I think is it has been appealed. It's in the SCA and will still be heard in the Supreme Court. The one on BBBE. One would be interested just to get a copy of that judgment, just to study it, because already I think the initial judgment was in favor of the board, but I think one reads that the applicant has taken it for further review by the SCA. Thanks.
Okay, so a copy of the latest judgment in that particular case, the vacancy matter. I think the question regarding the digital economy one. The professor for the budget committee did a presentation for us on the digital economy, but that was specifically related to procurement, whereas the gambling industry is a little bit more specialized in terms of more like e-commerce. So I do know that they have done studies on digital commerce before and shared some documentation in the previous annual report to us. So I think what I would advise is that we just get those research documents, because they had both their own research and they also had international research that they did. But then maybe what we should do is we ask the board to do a specific presentation for us on digitization and e-commerce and where it's going forward, because currently in South Africa, digital and online gambling is a national mandate. Provinces aren't allowed to, for example, get their specific taxes and stuff from that. It's so if you're an online gambling service provider, all that money goes to national, and then it goes into the revenue pot like any other license or fee or tax, for example. So perhaps that's a start for us then in terms of e-commerce and digital economy. I think that particular presentation from Prof. Alec B. Williams might be a little bit in a different sphere of sectoral topics. Member Nkonda, would that assist us?
Spot on, Chair. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get the information that they currently have, and then also just do a briefing on the digital economy / commerce specifically relating to gambling. And we can include Provincial Treasury then on that. Are there any other resolutions? If none, then I would like to thank the members for being online and for the robust discussion in this regard. I really appreciate it. And thank you for those who may be listening online but didn't necessarily have questions to add in the MST meeting specifically. With that, and with some time to spare, this annual report has been concluded. The two have been thus tabled and the meeting's adjourned. Thank you so much. Stay safe and stay warm.